vintage story. We're going to be picking up where we left off. I am still very new to this game. This is only my third play session of it. So again, my request is no backseating, no spoilers. We've had some stuff that's like kind of definitely on that borderline of being like, have you tried doing whatever? And it's one thing when like people are spitballing that they haven't played the game or they don't know any better. But then we've also had a couple of times where it's like, hey, you should use this, and it's like, I didn't know that was a thing. It's been nothing egregious. Like, I haven't had to sit down and be like, hey, you need to back down with the spoilers or whatever. But we've had a little bit. Which usually when that happened, it was a gentle, it's like, hey, maybe don't tell me quite stuff. Alright, let me deal with one thing really fast. Because I'm going to take this and just completely ban that person on the YouTube side. Because this is the second time they popped in there. It's like, please listen to my music. I'm desperate. Please, it's good, I promise. Look, man. That's not how any of this works, man. If you want people to listen to your music, like, find a different way to promote it. Self-promoting on other people's streams is not the play, friend. You've had this game for a long time and you still know next to nothing. Alright, so it's nighttime here. I think we got most of our stuff sorted for right now. I needed to replace my pickaxe. And oh, right. I had tried to bring water in, and I couldn't quite get far enough over that way before I was compromising other stuff. Because I believe I got a giant pile of gravel in my inventory. Okay, so it's stage 8 out of 9 on our other stuff, yeah. So both our Rye and Net are getting really close. And we've been working on our place, so we got this upstairs spot that I started working on. We've been starting to build a thatch roof. You're making progress there. And then we got the downstairs stuff. Yeah, discovery is part of the game magic. You only get to do it once, and things and mystery is gone. It's still fun, but not in the same way. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. There are a lot of games where discovery is like the main thing of the game. They're like, hey, you know, figuring out your world and all that. Right. Did I have spare sticks? They've got spare axes. Like, and also, this isn't me being, like, bullying, you know, non-established people or whatever. It's just pretty much every platform, the comment is, hey, don't self-promote. So I'm cleaning up my inventory a little bit. Okay, so there are 4 spots in each of these. That's good to know. Yeah, so we got a couple of mushrooms in here. Those are not safe to eat. Those are grains. I probably don't need to hit any of that stuff yet. Got a bunch of the gears. Oh, right, so we can grab this. As I remember correctly, came up to 3, and I believe with 4 I can make a fabric. There's a lot of things locked behind the fabric. We got a little bit of gold there, and a bunch of brick we dug up. Got some scrap metal and clay. Right, so I was going to need to go and pan. Alright, let's go to sleep. Okay, I was going to need to try and pan to get myself some more copper. Because I got a bunch of the copper nuggets, but it says I need a hammer for that. So the hope here is that we will... get that all sorted. Go ahead and drop you in my inventory. Okay. Looks like our flak came in. Or, not flak, or, thatch. So we get all our thatch put on. We get a couple more roof pieces sorted out. Okay. And you are fully ripe and dry. Okay, and you've got one more stage left. So with that, we can drop the rye in there. Got some sticks, and I got a bit of thatch. Not as much as I would have liked, but enough for at least some meaningful progress. A bunch of sticks. Okay. That's a little bit more roof. And you grew, like, literally while I was staring at you. Cool. Now, I understand the fertility of that soil is getting worse and worse, and eventually I imagine we won't be able to grow stuff in it. We'll figure it out. What I don't know is how long till we have till winter. Actually, I might be able to tell that. So we're still midsummer. We should probably have enough time for that to grow before we have to worry about it. Because I'm imagining if I plant that stuff way too late, then we likely run into the problem where, we probably run into the problem where it's just no good. Trying to see, it should have some berries. That's fine. In the meantime, apparently all these trees grew at the same time, so let's get them out of here. Is this game where you go way back to play with Amnesia? Is there a game you would go way back to play with Amnesia? Which would you suggest yourself? Subnautica's definitely a strong contestant for that one. Because I really, really, really enjoyed Subnautica. But it's one of those games that once you've played through the whole time, you just kind of know where to find things, and it loses a lot of its magic because of that. I could also see Planet Crafter being another one for the exact same reasons, that once you kind of know your way around the map, like, you just know where to beeline to get your next resource. So I could absolutely see a lot of that. Terraria would be another one, if I could go back into the old mental vault and just delete all the information and do it all over again. You also have Stardew Valley. Coral Island? So I feel like Coral Island hits a little bit different just because that genre is already very well established, that it doesn't have that same, like, you just didn't know. Path of Exile. As much as I love Path of Exile, there's definitely, like, an early game frustration you just kind of have to go through. That while there's a certain amount of fun to it, there's a certain amount of frustration with it as well. So it's kind of like you gotta get through that first time playing it, figuring it out. And then, like, once you get to a certain point, there's when, like, you really start enjoying the game. A game like Chrono Trigger being into it. The problem is, if we're talking about bringing the game, like, I'm replaying it for the first time today versus playing it for the first time when it came out. Because, like, a game like Chrono Trigger, if we're talking, like, I'm back in, like, year 2000 or whenever the heck that came out, like, late 90s or whenever it was. I guess I just don't have any berries handy. Huh. I figured with all the berry bushes, I would have had probably a couple more things of berries to go. Alright, well, I need to get some berries. Coral Island, you run that big into it. You did play it, but not long time into it. Yeah, no, I get that. Alright, so let's go ahead and make some soup. Put 2 of you, 4 of you. There we go. It'll accept that. Like, I really like Coral Island. One of the things that kind of hurt Coral Island was, we know now why it came out as early as it did, so far as, like, there was still more to be done. And the answer to that is Humble Publishing, which is the publisher behind Coral Island, so not the developers, but the publisher. The reading between the lines is they got forced to push the game out way earlier than it was supposed to. Because what ended up happening was, a number of months later, Humble Publishing literally just completely shut down and just left people high and dry. Like, there were games that were working with them that were supposed to be published in the next couple of weeks and everything. And Humble was like, yep, we're shutting it down. And that was the first those people had heard about it. So like, I'm supposed to be rolling out a game here in a couple of weeks, and apparently my publisher doesn't exist anymore? This is a problem. Like Cyberpunk got published early? Yeah. No, it's a thing that happens, unfortunately. Vintage Story was one you liked, yeah. But I very much liked Coral Island. That's, literally today they came out with one, like, a very major update to Coral Island. Now let's go ahead and you can go right back on there. That added a lot more depth to the romancing and all that stuff. Okay, so we don't have a pickaxe. I need to grab my pan. We can just do with that as it is right now. Why did Rual stop talking? You closed the wrong window. It happens. Get away from the vortex thing so it doesn't spawn a bunch of enemies I don't feel like dealing with. Okay, and we're solidly in summer. But yeah, so I need to get more copper again to get more pickaxe. We did find a spot where I was able to get that. My hope is that we're going to be able... Actually, you know what I should do? Not make the pickaxe next time. So let's get our copper, and what I'm going to want to do is make the hammer. I've got a bunch of copper chunks that I need to break up to use. So I should make the hammer so I can break up the chunks, and I can probably use those chunks to then make the pickaxe. You get where this is going. It feels like this area is just getting more and more overgrown over time. Like that I almost have a reason to go through and just do some cleanup here. Yeah, so where I was quarrying the stone is down here. I don't need to go all the way there. Just hit up one of these lakes. So a lot of the lakes have the sand and gravel we're looking for right by it. I still haven't decided what I'm doing with all these extra chunks of stone we're finding. Like, I'm gonna have to use them for something. I mean, or not, or I just chuck it into the abyss. Which is usually what happens in games like Minecraft, is you're like, well, I don't need this. Okay, well, I'm just gonna abyss it. Hey, Wizards, how's it going? But yeah, so what we're looking for is to get some chunks of copper. And then we know where we've got a copper vein once I get a pickaxe again. I've already got a bunch of copper chunks at home. I don't know how much copper I get per chunk, and don't spoil it. It could also be variable. But my assumption of what I want to do there is I probably will want to go and get the hammer. That'll more than likely give me enough for another tool or two made out of copper. With that, I should be able to go where we saw the copper vein and try and grab a bunch of copper. And then hopefully that'll settle copper for a while. And then with copper sorted, I could probably get myself to the point of being able to start making planks and for pulverizing stone and stuff like that. Okay. Head for your progress? Yeah, no, it's gonna be good. It's just learning the lessons. Like, we've gone through 2 copper pickaxes where I was just digging down, you know, the old Minecraft style, if you just dig down and go around. This game really makes you work for those wood planks? Yeah. But I mean, that's a big part of it, is a lot of this stuff takes time. That's kind of one of the things that's comical when you, in real life, when you have people are like, oh yeah, you know, if society fell, I could survive out in the woods. You know, I'd be able to grow my own crops and all that stuff. It's like, have you grown anything else? And you're like, no, but it's not that hard. It's like, yeah, build myself my own shelter. It's like, have you ever done carpentry? No. Oh, pig. Did you get off my screen, pig? Pig, you're all up in my business. Wasn't expecting the 3rd day? Yeah, no, I was probably going to, originally I was figuring I was going to do RimWorld. But I put up a poll on the Discord, and it was very, very, very one-sided. People wanting to see more Vintage Story. It's like, all right, I'm having fun with Vintage Story. We can do more of that. So again, I've been kind of plugging the Discord, being like, hey, if you didn't like the outcome, you should be on the Discord. it is the unfortunate reality is I gotta get feedback somewhere. And I can't put up something that has any level of permanence on Twitch, so I gotta drag you off platform for that, and Discord's the de facto that everyone uses. Alright. I could definitely see making a bucket as one of the earlier things they make as well, because I figure with the bucket, as we're like going around and I'm picking up sand and gravel and all those kind of things, I could just have like a little corner in the basement that I could just sit there and just stand in my water and pan for stuff while we wait for the sun to come up. You just have our chores corner where we do whatever napping needs doing. And for stuff, because we've found gold and everything already. Not much, not enough to do anything with. Alright. We're about a fourth of the way to guaranteeing ourselves the ability to make a tool. Alright. What will be curious is as we clean up the copper from that one area we found. Like, again, figuring out, like, is it a thing that once I find the copper at the top, you know, working my way down. It's probably the most chill game when you go to a chill game with fun. It gets boring surviving solo, but then you can just start again. Yeah, I understand that. Okay. Oh yeah, no, I like, there's times I want a bit more structure than a sandbox game, and then there's definitely times where, like, you know what I want to do? I just want to chill. That's kind of one thing that's been, like, not a frustration, that'd be overstating it. Something that, like, right now, because I know I'm traveling pretty soon. Did you ever read on the pro pick mechanic? No. I'm deliberately not reading up on anything, Dennison. Please don't spoil. I'm figuring things out in the game. I'm not looking up the wiki. I'm not looking up YouTube videos. I'm not looking up anything like that. Now I do know with the prospecting thing, that's something I need to do. So my intention for the tools I'm gonna go for here is we're gonna get the hammer next, because I already got a bunch of copper chunks. So we're gonna go ahead and use the hammer to break those copper chunks into copper. That should give me enough for a pick. If I still have enough after that, I'll probably go for the prospecting pick, since that's one of the tools I haven't made yet. And I understand there's like a whole section about prospecting I haven't looked into. My assumption is that'll be a thing where you can go to an area and be like prospecting, and to like let you know what's around you or something like that. So that way you can potentially have like underground veins of iron or something like that. And being able to like detect it at the surface. I don't know exactly how it works, and again, don't spoil. But that would be my guess. But yeah, no, I haven't looked up the thing in the help guide or anything like that. Because right now the way I'm looking at it is I'm still trying to get, you know, basic blacksmithy going on. We've already got stuff that works. I'm just trying to get the stuff set up where I can get the copper, break the chunks, smelt the chunks. All that kind of stuff. One thing I'm realizing is there's an expectation for you to travel a lot of the world. Not like cumulatively, but just not like to really move around to get the resources you want and need. There's gonna be a lot of figuring out stuff around that. Really help me get a full, like, 20 copper before I run back. I do have 2 torches, but I really don't want to sit here and have to fight a bunch of garbage. That is one thing that I think is a pro and a con that I found in this game so far. Is the pro and con being they do have like the in-game wiki kind of thing to help you along your way, but also the heavy dependence on the in-game wiki thing to help you along your way, that you have like a written guide you have to like really work through. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but it does feel like some of the stuff, it would be nice if there was things to intuit a little bit. Like, the tutorial is fine. Oh, hey. I can fill this bowl with water. I didn't realize that. Alright. I'll check to see how we're doing inventory-wise after this box of sand. A bronze armlet, metal parts, okay. Now what I want to do is I want to dump out the water out of this so I can stack him again. Cool. I don't want the stupid plant. Okay, so let's work our way back home. I don't think I got quite as much copper as I was hoping for. But I'm gonna need to get food soon. It's dark. My gear was heckin' moving there a second ago. It's hot. I am hoping we can get the lantern. It'll be a much better range of light. We can see more than like 4 boxes and 4 boxes ahead of me. Get to the other side of the hill here. Alright. Yeah, there's the big hole in the ground. Yeah, and I can only imagine like later on game-wise of when you just need to be like, all right, well, I gotta travel half across this. Stop throwing crap. All these critters being so rude. Okay, so let's put you back in my pocket. Got that down there. So I've got metal parts. Okay, we use it for a lot of stuff. Night vision mask. Add temporal gear to refuel. Night vision lens. Night vision entity these. I'm assuming these are like really advanced stuff. Yeah, that's a whole bunch of advanced stuff. Resonator. Requires tuning cylinders. Base return teleporter. A single-use teleporter that will bring you back to your returning point. You have a lot of cost to you. Terminus teleporter. Terminus teleporter Thanos coupling, Terminus teleporter transponder, Terminus transport node, Rift ward. I'm assuming a Rift ward keeps the rifts away. A tuning spear. Yeah, so the Terminus teleporter is a material. Huh. Yeah, so it looks like there's a lot of stuff we can actually make it out of. But it looks like it's for a lot of mechanical stuff that seems to be around night vision and teleportation, which is pretty slick. Needless to say, nothing I'm doing anything with right now, so let's drop you off. We've got blue clay we can put in here. We've got the sapphirite, the 2 different types of quartz. 1 copper shy of the amount I feel like I really need. But if I'm not mistaken, you have some more copper in there. Yeah, you got 40 units. That's plenty. So we're good there. We've got a flint arrowhead. Grab you out of that box. Drop you in here. I've got a bronze armlet. Survive a goods trader. Can I put the bronze armlet on? I can. I don't know what it does, because it doesn't list any stats. But I have a bronze armlet on for what it's worth. There's a bunch of flint. Grab these bricks. Grab some of that. And there's 6 more of these blocks to get to work with. I hate that. I don't feel like I really need that many kilns. Like, this is fine right here, but I don't think I need more. So this should be the back wall. Drop you off. Got a bunch of sticks on me. Can shove that in that box. Okay, and you're still burning for right now. I really don't want to cook any of my grain if I don't have to. little poison never hurt anyone too much. Yeah, we could survive a little poison. There we go. Little poison snack before bed. You had one run where you started off running 10k blocks for a specific biome. The amount of food you found was overwhelming. Yeah, that was kind of my thought though with my thought was I had the offline save, but I still have only put about an hour and a half. I wanted to play more, but I haven't had the time. But with that little bit I had played off stream and everything, like that one I was finding, I think it was turnips. That's fine. Okay. So I've got some more crops to harvest. We'll probably have some more berries to pull up. Got more trees to get rid of. Come on. I hear you. All right. We got all that stuff. You love the weather system? Yeah, no, the weather's been really fun. Okay, 7, 8, 7, 6. Okay, so none of those are anywhere near ready for harvest. Got a whole lot of these that are at 8 out of 9. We're about to get a big payout so far as all that goes. Okay, any more berry bushes that are ready here? I mean, that's so many bushes that are right about at the point to giving me a whole lot of food. Do we figure out which of these are gonna make it? So you're still okay, you're still okay, you're still okay. Alright, so all the fruit trees are still fine for right now. Yeah, so you're all getting really close. Is this like advanced survival Minecraft? To a certain degree. Oh, let's grab you. Move you over there. Yeah, so these are all getting, their growth is getting pretty badly stunted because the soil nutrition is getting low. We don't have the grind or anything yet to help out with that. Alright, let's get down here and drop off more of this wood. Drop you there. You there. You here. Let's grab one of our spare axes off the wall. I think we're good in the rest of that. Right. So we should... Do we have enough charcoal? I think that'll be enough charcoal. Okay, so let's grab our molds. So we have the hammer is the one I'm looking for. We can go down here, grab you, go here, grab you, and put you in my offhand. Okay. So we'll get the crucible going super hot. But very soon I'm gonna end up needing to make ourselves another pile of charcoal, which is a whole process in its own right. Now it'd be nice if we could make our charcoal room down here. Well, we're not quite up to that level. Alright, so I need you to get to, was it 1200 degrees Celsius? Okay, you're molten. Alright, drop you back in, put the copper in. We got to 1200 degrees again. Ooh, I didn't let that get nearly as hot as I probably should have. That's okay. That doesn't have too long to bake. You need 60. And you are going to be how much? Just plan if I have an extra 100 units, we'll do that. Give me that and that. Okay, how much is still in here? 35 units of copper, so nowhere near enough for our purposes. So chuck that back in there. We're gonna leave the charcoal out. That's gotta cool off before we can do anything else with it. Okay. So for right now, I'll chuck the remaining charcoal in here. Okay, so I gotta wait for the hammer to cool off. Then I can worry about making that. And no new berries here. Those are all at 8 out of 9. Have you changed models? You're at 7 out of 9. No new berries over there. Okay, so what should I be working on right this second? Yeah, no, that's what everyone's been saying, is it started out as a mod, then kind of went off to become its own thing. That the fact it was built on top of Minecraft was starting to, like, really limit it. Okay. So one thing I'm thinking about doing, while we wait for it to cool off, is I would like to make myself like a little window area. Alright, but I'm going to use this as a cellar that's going to have to be sealed. So the entire idea behind this was I want a window of sorts Yeah, no, I'm not gonna be able to do this. Not yet. Because we're gonna make this into a cellar to our stuff last longer. But I do want a situation where I've got like a little bit of a window. I think what's ultimately gonna happen is I'm gonna lower the ground to where all that stuff is, or like where this is. Because when I lower the ground to that height, I can just kind of poke up like little windows on the sides there. Okay. So what I can do while we wait, how are you doing in cooling off? You're getting close. Is I could work on getting myself more charcoal, because we're going to need that. Now, last time I made a charcoal pit off to the side over here, and that worked out pretty well. But we've since taken over the area. So let's try and make ourselves another charcoal pit. Yeah, the only problem is I'd have to mine down here, and I don't have pickaxe ready. I'm gonna just have to make it our charcoal pit up here somewhere. That's fine. Okay. I keep seeing this and being like, have you grown? Alright. So what I'm going to need to do is first, grab the firewood I've got. Second, grab a bunch of wood. This'll be great and cursed. We're gonna go down here. We're just gonna start piling up a whole lot of firewood. Because making charcoal in this one is a whole big process. Grab the next stack. Then grab the next stack. And the next stack. Pretty soon I'm going to start starving to death. Alright. Yep, well, I put up a poll on the Discord, and it was very, very one-sided that people wanted to see this more than RimWorld. So we went with it. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Over the stream. Okay, so I broke both the axes I had. Because I can stack this a little over that, but much more than that, I won't be able to do it. That's not what I wanted to do, it's what I did. Alright, so I have to get another axe, but first, we are actively starving. There's that sound. It's our incredibly aggressive weight loss program called Active Starvation. Ten out of 10 doctors would not recommend. Oh, there's a black currant. If it knows the black currant, it's really hard for me to tell when they do and don't have it. Alright, so I gotta get myself a couple of blocks of food. Nowhere near enough for what we need to live. So I'm gonna need to go for a little jog over here. See if I can't locate something to eat. And we're looking for berries and stuff like that. Now, if things get desperate, I do still have a whole lot of grains I can make porridge with. I would much prefer not use that, though. Chicken. Oh. I haven't hunted at all, so trying to figure it out a little bit. It doesn't help this whole place is overrun by brush. Okay. This is not a Minecraft mod. It once upon a time started as one, but it is its own standalone game, that kind of thing. It's like Dota is to Warcraft 3. Yeah, that's probably fair. Started as a mod, then kind of became its own thing. But it's a lot more difficult on the survival aspect. The crafting is way, way, way deeper. So, like, you don't just throw some wood into a smelter and you make charcoal. You have to, you know, get a whole bunch of firewood, pile it all up, bury it under the ground, start a fire on top, and then, you know, take all that, cover it up while it's going, so instead of burning, it smolders. And then you need that to be able to smelt iron, because just chucking some logs in there doesn't get nearly hot enough to smelt iron. That kind of thing. Yeah, no, it's got a lot of deviation. Like Minecraft, you're looking for, you just dig down. Like if you get to a lower level, you're gonna end up finding all the stuff you need, and you can just grab a couple of stones, slap it on a stick, and go start mining. So that's pretty straightforward and easy. Whereas this, like, literally, I could dig down and find nothing I need, just period, if I'm not digging down in the right spot. I mean, I'd find stone, but I wouldn't find... It's not like you dig down and then just hit the bottom layer and spin around and look for diamonds. Like, even just locating copper has been very difficult. It seems like some of this stuff grows back after a while. Like, so if I clean an area up of all these reeds, eventually they come back. I don't know if that's true or not. That might just be wishful thinking. But I also don't think I need to worry about every one of these plants in the world. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this, because then we can cook up its roots. And that'll keep us fed probably till our next batch of berries come in. And they're right about to get a very large number of grains grown. Okay. Start working our way back up, because that's 33 of them. That should be plenty to eat for right now. Grab some on the way. Alright. I do know, so Tomb technically plays a lot of Minecraft, but she does the thing where she's got this map she's been working on for literal years, where she just levels out the ground. That's pretty much what she does in that. Doesn't build anything, doesn't go through and like go exploring, she just turns on a show on one screen and on the other screen just levels the planet. Because she's really not very into like inventory management crafting style games. Like the moment it gets to inventory management, she's not happy. She'd much rather play games like Doom and all that. Like Borderlands was one of those games that when she first played it, she was very torn on it, that she wasn't really happy about, and then she grew to like really like the series. But even then, when it comes to the inventory management part of the game, she doesn't even really like that. She's definitely the kind of player that's like, what's the gear score? Is it higher than what I have? Yeah, I'll use that. But, unless she, like, really doesn't like the specific weapon or whatever. So this would absolutely be the kind of game that she would not enjoy. This would be a really bad time for her. It's just starvation. I'd love if I could find enough berries to not need to cook these all up. But we'll see. Okay, those are both at 8 out of 9. Yeah, and those are like 7 and 6 out of 9. Alright, so I'm going to plant some of these. So part of these are going to future reed growth. Okay. I got that pretty full of the reeds. We can cook up the rest. Let me pick you up, drop you down. Do this. I'll need... Sir, this is trespassing. Okay, well, that's telling me I need some light over here. What the heck is that? It's an awful thing that spits spears at you. Oh, stupid door. There you go. It's fine. Okay, so I need more firewood. So I can grab you. And chuck you here. Cool, we got that lit. Let's go ahead and put you back on the wall for a minute. And I've got a copper hammerhead. And with that, I've got a copper hammer. So my assumption is now I can grab those copper chunks wherever I stashed those. There you are. Okay. Pour a chunk of native copper. Crush it with a hammer to extract nuggets. Oh, maybe it's one of these. Hey, 36 chunks. Okay, that's straightforward enough. So with that, I got 36 chunks of native copper. That should be enough between the copper I already have in the crucible. That's probably... Yeah, so that's 180 nuggets there. Plus another 35, so that's 200 nuggets. So I can go ahead and pick up you. This will be enough for the prospecting pick as mold as well. How are you doing on that food? There's no reason to put a huge amount of focus right now on dealing with the charcoal up there. And the reason I say that is it's raining, so trying to do stuff in the rain and the dark isn't going to go ahead and work very well for me. So I'm going to get another one of the bites of food from this. Get ourselves a little bit of a sleep here. Okay. Oh, interesting. It didn't keep cooking, I think. Alright. Let's get our new trees out of here. But that'll be good, because that means I'll have a copper hammer, a copper pickaxe, and a copper prospecting pick, so I can figure out the prospecting pick stuff. And we're almost done with all the trees that I planted over here. And I've started planting the trees back farther, so that they're not crowding up on all my stuff here. It's got, what, 2 more trees here to grow? And are you all good? Okay, so this apple tree did not make it. That one's still going. That one's still going. You're fine. You're fine. Okay. Seems like you need a lot of land for farming. Yeah, no, it's not surprising. I was mentioning, like, if this is designed to be realistic, to feed a person takes a lot of square footage. Like, you're not gonna just sit there and have, like, your little garden behind your house. You're gonna have a whole thing going on. Alright, so you're all at 8 out of 9. You're all out of 7 out of 9. Yeah, so we're gonna leave that cooking. Okay, so let's get back down here, grab some more of what we've been cooking here. Just human beings need a lot of calories. Okay, let's get back to making our charcoal. Let's grab some dirt. Okay. Okay, this is probably overkill. But it's those things I feel like I'm going to keep needing again and again. But rather just overkill it. Okay, we're not quite done yet. Alright, so I'm going to need to make an extra axe or two. Cut down just a couple more trees. And that should give me... Oh, actually, yeah, I'll probably still have to cut down a couple extra trees. Gonna drop you off real quick. We should have flint in here, as well as the sticks. Axe head. Axe head. Imagine as well as things that eventually you get like your storage that just have a tool rack. And that tool rack you just chuck up a couple of axes up on one wall. You'll have like your axe rack, that way it's like, oh, you know, here you're at the end of the day, there's the monsters outside, you're not really looking to fight them. Cool, well, I can just go ahead and just work on making my tools. Oh, and I need to put the reeds somewhere. Where was I putting those? Okay, that'll do for right now. Let's grab ourselves a bit more snack. Okay, with that, let's grab the rest of you and you. And chuck you in here for now for growing later. And go back over to our charcoal pit to be. Apparently it can make it up to 11 by 11 in size, if I remember correctly from what I read yesterday. Okay, so with that, I'm going to grab one more block here. Cover up that spot. Just need a couple more stuff there, enough for starting the fire and all that. And then we bury that. So the nearest trees these days, I think, are way over there. And I see we have a friendly bear that just crested that hill over there. And by friendly, I mean stealth murder bear. All of them rolled rogue. Okay. And I'll probably need to get new torches in our basement. It's just another spear, don't... Oh, right, I don't have my pickaxe yet. I got the materials for it, but I need more charcoal. And the reason I'm going out of my way for more charcoal is I think I have enough charcoal to do one tool, but if I keep enough charcoal, I should be able to get both the tools knocked out so I can do the pickaxe and the prospecting one, as well as have a big pile of charcoal left for whatever we go to make next. And with that, we can take our little raft to the north. We can go to that area we saw the copper, and we're going to try and target the copper we see. Now, it says it's like really low quality. My assumption, and don't confirm or deny this, my assumption is where we locate the copper on the surface that I would be able to kind of quarry below it, and that as we got deeper, I would find a bit higher quality copper. It's like, if you think about like a copper vein in real life, you'd have like the vein that comes up through the rock and up to the surface. You'd get just like the sparse little bits at the surface, but as you mine down into the vein, you'd be able to find more and more of it. And that's because usually the stuff like that liquid metal comes from lava flow and that kind of stuff. Well, not lava, but like molten material flow. And so they tend to make these like, it's like these pointy veins throughout rock where they can find cracks and crevices that the molten copper, iron, or whatever you're mining for are able to get through. It's different for stuff like coal, which has to do with decomposition, as opposed to, you know, like copper and iron and tin and these various other materials. Well, tin you usually find at the surface. You could find veins, but usually you're just finding the scattered bits. Or gold. We'll see. Don't know how it works in the game. I'm grabbing a bunch of trees real fast because we need the logs. And then we'll get that charcoal burning. And that'll take a better part of a day for it to properly turn to charcoal. Plus, we're making sure to deny the entire habitat to that bear, because it's a big old jerk. Okay. It is amusing how much deforestation I'm going to need to do. I am looking forward to when we start making copper axes and all that. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of consideration to be made there, that with how important it seems materials like copper are, like, it needs to be way, way more durable, you know, that I get through that many more trees to justify it. I'm assuming it will be, because otherwise then people just use flint axes forever, and that can be real feels bad, man, in survival crafting games where you get, like, new fancy materials, but you're almost persuaded to not use them outside of the things you absolutely need to, because they're just too rare to justify it. Alright, this will probably be the last tree we do. Because granted, there's also let's say trade-off, maybe harvesting speed, who knows? Well, definitely they're going to be faster speed. That's true. But I'm thinking for the actual value, for the amount of effort you put into it, you're going to need to be able to get N trees out of, you know, the whole thing, where N is significantly more than whatever the flint axe will get you. Like, for me, it's like, yes, the speed is definitely going to be a strong benefit of it. It would be weird if it wasn't. Is that a big bunch of mushrooms over there? I'm pretty sure I can eat these too. You're not poisonous, right? Oh yeah, we can just eat these. It's so much easier to explore the forest when you've cut down all the trees. We should just cut down all the forests. Okay. You're scared that the new metals are going to be even harder? If there is iron like that? Well, I know there's iron, because I've seen stuff mentioning iron. I'm going to cut down this one extra tree since we found these mushrooms nearby, and if I could get a bunch of these mushrooms, that's another thing that I don't have to worry about food for a bit. I think you mean it's so much easier to explore next forest. No, on the map I marked it as a forest. I didn't. But pretending-wise, you mark it as a forest being like, this is hilltop forest or whatever. And then you just cut it down. It's still marked on the map, so it's fine. Oh, and I see again our tree grew right by my house over there. Pretty soon that's going to be the last of those trees. Maps don't lie. Exactly. Should be careful, this is where we saw the bear. Hey, Infinity Simplex, it's all good. It's good to see you. Alright, so I'm just going to shove that in the ground right there. Now I can be picky about trying to get the trees right next to home. Just general area is good. Because I've been finding as I put them right next to home. So prompt, did you not make it? No, you're still good. I am glad we moved those trees. But it's also a bummer that I'm going to go that much longer without getting my apples or pears or anything, and that we've lost at least one extra tree because of it. But at the same time, where they're just kind of all up in with the rest of my stuff, that was going to get very obnoxious to deal with later. Okay. Yeah, a whole lot of these are probably going to get stuff soon. 8 out of 9. We got 7 out of 9 and 7 out of 9. Alright. And those are all flowering, so they should be ready soon. Okay, so what we're going to want to do is grab one of our cooking pots, chuck it here. We're gonna make some of the fanciest soup ever. It's 3 servings of hearty green cracked Russella stew with Russella stew and with Russella stew glaze, of course. That's probably enough. Okay, so we got you burning. Grab you. We're having mushrooms on mushrooms with side of mushrooms. Okay. So let's grab you. Grab some extra dry grass for the fire part of this. Plant for now. Grab a couple of dirt blocks. Because I made this weirdly taller slash bigger than it really needed to be. But that's fine. What I really need to do is, not right now, but in the other room, in that basement, make like a pit in the ground I could fill up with firewood to then do the exact same thing. Because for those that didn't see the whole process behind charcoal, what I'm going to need to do here is now I grab our grass, I chuck it down there. Why will you not let me put that there? I should be able to set the fire up on top of it. Why can't I put the fire on you? That worries me. Maybe it has to actually be like a cube kind of situation. I can't just, Alright, 1 second. Maybe the fact that I've got, like, sticking up one more and it's not a box is causing problems. So let's fill in these other tiles here real fast with more logs. So I can grab you, and you, and you. Because I could see that being the kind of thing where it's just doing a check, being like, is there a square? Yes, no. If no, you can't do it. Okay, so now no, that's right there. Okay, I think I actually was missing one single piece there. Alright, that's fine. So the idea here is you want to close this whole thing up. And I realize I probably don't need to fill all that in, but that's fine. Can I reach the ground? No, it's fine. But I start a fire, and then I close it all up. And if I had done it right, it shouldn't burn, it should smolder. And the way you can tell that is instead of having a bunch of fire popping out, you should just see, like, a nice, calm bit of smoke coming up. That'll be fine. Okay, so from here, I need to grab slightly more firewood than I have. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now I light the fire. Come on. Okay. So, as long as it keeps smoldering like that, we're good. If we hear it actually burning, then we've just wasted a crap ton of wood. It'd be funny if it only burns the logs directly below, not the ones inside. No, it does. That's not our first time doing it. That's bigger than the last one we did. But, you know. You gotta keep escalating. Yeah, and that was where we had all this. That's good there. Let's have our mushroom soup. Cool, so that's making our charcoal. How much charcoal and coal do I have left? I have 8 charcoal. And I've got 4 of the brown coal. Okay. Okay, you're up to 9 out of 9. Hey, Blind! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. I am suddenly blanking on the name of the game you were playing because I was lurking there earlier. Like it was a top-down game that. I mean, it's usually a top-down game. But yeah, no, I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. I really was enjoying it. That's it, Jupiter Hell Classic. Right. It looked interesting. Like I haven't seen it before myself. But it looked like a really fun game and all that good stuff. I'm gonna need to make more torches. But welcome in, Raiders. First of all, let me go ahead and get a shout out for Blind. It released this morning. That is probably why I have not heard of it. Let's see. So for those who don't know Blind, IRL, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of like retro style games in the sense of like Dwarf Fortress, playing some Jupiter Hell Classic, Caves of Quad, any of those type of games. So if that's kind of your jam, you can definitely find it over there. Really good stuff, really good commentary and all stuff. Let's see, it's low-key a Trojan horse to get Doom RL on Steam. That's certainly an interesting thing. Fun game, definitely worth checking out. Yeah, and for everyone popping in here, let's see, could you farm mushrooms? I'm not aware of the ability to farm mushrooms. Now, for everyone popping in again, check out Blind Fellow member of the House Hit Frequency stream team, the stream team that I'm on. Absolutely wonderful person, really worth checking out, good stuff. For everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You'll notice there's a past tense on that. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a whole range of games, so Project Zomboid, RimWorld. I actually don't play that much Project Zomboid. A lot of like city builder, settlement builder, tycoons, simulation games. And for the last couple of days, I was convinced by my community, as well as some other creators who are playing this game, to check out Vintage Story. Which my understanding of Vintage Story is it started out as a mod for Minecraft that then became its own thing, that they made their own, like they remade the engine and everything because they found being a mod for Minecraft too limiting, according to the developers and all that. But it's kind of like Minecraft if they said, what if we made the crafting as involved as possible and that actually surviving was a whole big thing. So if you think of Minecraft, you're like, oh, I want to smelt copper or iron or whatever. So I want to put an iron in here and smelt it. Okay, well, I can put literally anything that can burn in the bottom of it, put the ore at the top, and I get iron. Not so fast. I can put stuff that burns in there but doesn't get hot enough in this game to smelt. I haven't done iron, but I've done copper, to smelt copper at all. Like, it needs to get hotter. So firewood, not good enough. So I need coal or charcoal. Well, I can't just go and put, you know, some wood in the bottom and then wood in the top and make charcoal. That's not how you make charcoal in real life. Instead, what I gotta do is I gotta dig a big old pit, fill it up to the brim with firewood, then seal it all off at one spot to start a fire, and then cap that off, and just let it smolder and slowly cook through as opposed to proper burning. So like, this big mound you see over here that should hopefully just be smoking, yeah, that is just full to the brim with firewood, and then we lit a little fire and then we capped it off. And that's just to make charcoal so that we can smelt stuff. I am brand new to this game. This is only our 3rd stream. And to give you a context, in Minecraft, you can be fully kitted out in diamond in a single stream without getting too sweaty tryhard. You just dig down and you start digging sideways until you find the diamond you're looking for. And then you're golden and you're like, cool, man. Oh, it's a temporal vortex. Don't worry about it. It's probably fine. Where this one, at the end of the first stream, I was right about to make my pickaxe. Instead, I exploded my mold because thermal shock is a thing, and apparently I shouldn't take copper that is like 1200 degrees Celsius and pour water on it. Apparently that's bad. So I didn't even get a pickaxe my first whole stream. But the second stream I did. I made 2 pickaxes. And we made a copper hammer today. I've actually got enough material to make a copper pick and a copper prospecting pick. I just need more charcoal, hence the big pile of charcoal. All right. Yeah, and then like you make your molten material, and then you have to dump it into the molds, and you have to wait for it to cool off, and then you stick a stick in it, and you go that, oh, I know what I can do. I need a bunch of grass and a bunch of sticks. I probably have the sticks. Yeah, there's the sticks. There's the grass that I do have. Because I've got my kilns here for properly processing my, Oh, that's not what I want. For processing my stuff here. Alright, so I need more grass, which I kind of figured. But yeah, and it's also like one of those things that growing stuff. So I've got these plants over here I'm growing. You don't just stick it in the ground. I have to actually consider the nitrogen, potassium, and phosphate content of the soil in addition to its moisture and everything. And as you grow stuff, it does draw the nutrients out of the soil. So yeah, it's Minecraft if it was sweaty and try hard. But it's been a lot of fun. It does mean where I've got like this little building that still doesn't have a finished thatch roof. That's just a cobblestone basement. That is like 3 streams worth of work. We're on our 3rd stream now doing it. That said, if you know the game, please no spoilers or backseating. A lot of fun in these kinds of games is figuring out how to do stuff. And if people just tell you, kind of takes that away, and once you know, you can't go back to not knowing. But yeah, again, so I hope the stream over there with Blind went really well. As far as Build 42 multiplayer goes, just from, for people who don't know, I was an internal, well, I mean, I guess I technically am still an internal tester, and I'm not really doing a whole lot of that right now. I was one of the people who internally tested Build 42 for Indie Stone and all that. But that's just to kind of give you an idea that I've been around the block a little bit. But, generally speaking, with how Project Zomboid approaches these updates is usually they will go and get everything mostly sorted out and then turn on multiplayer. So until Build 42 is mostly stable and things have kind of settled into place, if you want multiplayer, you're going to be playing Build 41. And I would anticipate that being... Like, I don't want to crush your hopes and dreams. Hey, get out of my house. Yeah, so you're probably looking at like the absolute earliest, like end of this year. But I would not put a high level of confidence in that. Okay, nothing on you. I didn't leave my door open. I think it's I've got dark corners in this place. It's letting them spawn in here. Did I not have enough sticks? I don't have enough sticks. Oh, I have 2 stacks of sticks. Never mind. I do have enough sticks. And I definitely don't use my charcoal for that. I should have, I think it's this box. Yeah, I got a bunch of firewood here. Okay, and with that, I've got my pit kilns. So basically, I've got clay goods that are unfired in the bottom. And then we just pile a bunch of stuff on top of it. So you get like all your fast burning material at the top, and then the logs that will just sit here and kind of smolder. Wait, well, not smolder, they're gonna burn. But you got your big logs on top of it. And the entire idea is just to trap heat down there to fire the clay, make it solid. So I've got, I believe, some crock pots, or crock pots in the bottom of this one, and then 2 like really big jars for preserving stuff. Always nice to see people playing Minecraft Dark Souls Edition. Yeah, the end. Okay, they're outside. I've been having stuff spawn down here, and I gotta get that sorted. Okay. But yeah, you have to eat a lot. Alright, cool. So I got all that set up. We can chuck the rest of the firewood over here. Food-wise, I don't have much on me. For right now, we'll go ahead, put the charcoal there. The brown coal there. I don't have a lot of food. Now, the good news is I'm actually not doing too bad on food-wise. I've got a lot of grain I'm storing. I'm trying to not use it. I've been warned winter in this game is pretty brutal. So I'm trying to save the stuff that preserves really well for when I need it. Okay, let's go ahead and get our torches up here. We've been using these torches for a while.
Thank you IL_TB for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you LTB for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you have been enjoying the stream, and I hope you enjoy your advertising-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Thanks so much for that. Let's get a couple more torches ready. 1, 2. We can chuck these back in there. Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to put the 2 torches on the wall here. That these torches, they go in my pocket for when I need them in the dark. Because for some reason, it doesn't seem like the torches wear out as long as they're in your pocket. Can you give you a tip about torches that might save you a bit of anguish down the line? Sure. I mean, I'm storing lit ones in my pocket and we're lighting them off each other. But yeah, it has to do with like monster spawning or something like that. Because I think we hit the point where I need more light down here. Yeah, no, it says that they last about 2 days. Versus when they're in your pocket, it doesn't seem like they do anything as long as they're not in your hand or whatever. Yeah, so I need to get more of this filled in. Right. So outside is murder. And I don't want that part. We can grab that spare knife I made. We have the room for the pickaxe. I could use a hoe. Let's grab these. So while we're waiting at the nighttime, like to give you an idea. Oh wait, I didn't need the hoe. It's fine. Like just to make a hoe, I have to like use the stones, like chip away chunks. to make the head of that. Alright, so I needed a shovel. Rual, question. Baby growth moment, hard worker or iron-willed? That is a hard call because both of those are really good. Iron-willed will keep you from having social breaks, which can be utterly obnoxious. So there's a lot of argument to be made for that. But it's kind of one of those ones that it doesn't matter which you choose, they're both good. It also can depend on what other traits they have. If they've got stuff that they're leaning towards crafting and all that, then hard worker can definitely make the difference. We'll make another flint knife. Because basically at night, things get dicey outside. It's really hard to see. And you end up needing lots of tools. This is kind of a good time for me to spend time working on this. Alright, so that'll be all of my handles. So there's a replacement shovel. There's an extra hoe I really didn't need right now, but I will eventually, so it's fine. You got that. There's a replacement knife, so I got a spare. Let's go ahead and grab that spare hoe I don't need. We can put it on our tool rack. First growth moments, cooking, shooting. Yeah, so the hard working will help with everything but the shooting. So yeah, if you're going to have them be like primarily a cook, or let's say primarily a researcher, I think hard working makes a lot of sense. But if you're going to have them do the mining, you know, mining gets strong enough without hard worker that I don't think it is as important. Once you give them some drill arms, they're just going to knock everything out in no time. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go to sleep. Because I don't need to just sit there and chip up a whole bunch more flint. It's not going to really help too much with all that. And like every night, we sleep to the moans of the monsters outside. Yeah, drill arms before. Yeah, like I said, it's one of those ones there's no wrong answer. Alright, so I got some enemies over there and over here. Okay, so that's ready for harvest. I'm going to avoid, let's see. Planting-wise, we are in August. Yeah, so let's stop planting more than we got there. I have a feeling we're going to be getting into the winter months soon. So for as long as that takes to grow, there's a good chance if I plant it now, it won't make it. So any additional harvesting here, we're going to wait till after we ride out the winter. Do we have any more berries ready for eating? Okay, we got all our black currant. Not seeing any red currant that's ready. That's not ready yet either. For the flax, it's 7 out of 9. You're 7 out of 9. I'm also low-key wondering if it's just a thing with the soil, because of how much medium fertility soil I get, that once I pull all the nutrients of the soil, I just yoink the block that has the bad fertility and just swap it. It's like literally just replace the dirt periodically. Man, could you stop having vortexes on my property? Yes, we're still at medium vortex concentrations. So drop you off. Okay. So, let's go check on our stuff out here. You still smoldering back here? Yeah, so it's not done yet. It's still smoldering. Okay, so this tree transplant did not take. That tree transplant did not take. That's a little bit of starvation. Don't worry about it. It's probably fine. Builds character. Okay. Did I have anything handy that I wanted to use? I'd rather not. We can cook these. That'll be fine. And the thing I'm cooking now is basically the root system of cattails. Are there no ways to fertilize? There are, but I need a machine called a pulverizer. So that I can take bones and like pulverize them down into bone meal and stuff like that. And a pulverizer requires a saw, which requires me to make it with smithing, which requires me to have an anvil, which requires me to make more progress on. You get the idea. There's a way, but I'm still mushing together rocks and clay to try and make it through. They're not at that point yet. Yeah. The game gets so much more musical the worst one plays. When me and your friend play, it's like quite the orchestra. Yeah, for those who don't know, this is my character's voice you're hearing every time it plays that like little twinkling sound. And that's because we're like slowly dying of starvation. And like you can choose like the different pitches and instrument-esque sound. Alright, so this should stop that. So yeah, I imagine if you had a group of like 4 players playing together, you know, it's gotta be an interesting, badly out of tune orchestra. And Sentient Cookie under 530 stream streak, catching the last 530 streams without missing a single one, which is absolutely absurd. So thank you so much for that. Right now I'm gonna go ahead and shove you on there. Okay. So I want to keep expanding this place. Because I want to move my charcoal pit inside the building. And I want to give myself like a proper smithy so I'm not just chucking stuff on the floor. Like get some workbenches, that kind of thing going on. The thought of streaming 530 times at all is crazy, much less having someone watch that many in a row. Yeah, no, that's, I mean, when you think about it, so I stream most weeks 5 days a week. And by that I mean I'm actually pretty guilty of going over my time a lot. But, in theory, I typically stream 5 streams a week. And you can just do the math of how long that is to reach that kind of a thing. It's a pretty neat garden, and there's a little mechanic for soil that's already been tilled. Yep. Yeah, so these ones, you notice they're getting really bad grow rates because the nutrients is getting really low. Next time I harvest something, I'll just try swapping the dirt and just see what happens. Yeah, they're all at that. Oh, and I got one of these is coming. Because I use that for making stuff as well. Drop that down there. You're still cooking up more of this. Okay, because once I get this charcoal, I'm making the pickaxe and the... Calm down, weather. Oh, we got a rainstorm over there. Cool. Supposedly they're taking the clouds and making them way nicer in an upcoming update. Had people mentioning that the other stream. Well, I guess in the meantime I can go for branches. start ripping apart a bunch of this stuff. Yeah, so weirdly, we got like this whole cave system down here below. That's where I was trying to get water for panning. They have like gold panning you can do in the game. That's actually how I've gotten most of my copper. So I've got a bunch of gravel in my building, and if I can get water into the basement down there. Wasn't it advantageous in the game to use 3 economy fields? I have no idea. Again, brand new to the game. So, you know, please don't spoil things and all that. But still learning. So if people are like, wait, isn't this the optimal way? I have no idea. We're gonna learn. Or we won't. What is a pile of dirt behind your house? Your basement? Oh, the pile of dirt here, it's a charcoal smoldering thing. So it's full of firewood that's fully enclosed in there, and then they lit on fire and then popped a roof on it. So it'll just smolder until the firewood is converted into charcoal. That's actually kind of the big thing we're waiting on, is for that process to finish, because then I can start smelting a bunch of my stuff over here to make my tools to go after more stuff. Yeah, no, you're all good. It's just like a gentle reminder, because I know people are going to want to talk about the game, and I don't want to be like, no, you can't discuss the game. You might spoil something. Because one, no one's going to stick around for that. And then two, you know, sometimes it's something that people already know. Plus, very genuinely, I read it, and I gathered that at some point, maybe or maybe not, crop rotations are a thing. But it wouldn't surprise me if there was, because like most games that try and take a realistic approach on farming will ultimately have like, hey, here's a crop that it may not produce much, but it can be used to try and sequester more nitrogen into the soil, so you kind of do your crop rotation of adding that to get nutrients back into the soil. Alright, chat, so what's going to end up happening here is we're about to hit our ad break. I delayed it as much as I could, but this is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's about 5 minutes, where I run downstairs, I welcome my wife home, throw food in the oven and all that, so I do apologize about that timing. But I need to do it because I also need to use the restroom really badly. So I'm gonna do that. We're gonna try our new clip reel thing that I just got implemented and all that stuff. Hey, Arch. Definitely go check out Arch Play Stuff, an fantastic content creator. I'm gonna do the shout out real fast. You're probably gonna get interrupted by the ad because it's literally waiting to do it. And all that. Alright, you already got it. So yeah, go check out Arch. Playing a bunch of indie games, plays like RimWorld and a whole bunch of stuff, so enjoy all that. Fellow member of the House, Get Frequency Stream Team. And hey, Cerise the Mage, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. I'm going to get out of here because we're already in the ad break. And I'll be back in just a couple of minutes to pick up where we left off, and we'll get all that going. So thank you again for tuning in. Don't forget to follow if you're enjoying the content.
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier. It's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. These were not the vehicles they expected us to do this with. Let alone having the ramp down. It actually worked okay. It's trying so hard. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely, the intention was to put 2 small vehicles on here. It is a light vehicle transport. Neither of the things on the back here is remotely qualified as a light vehicle. This is you destroying the suspension of this poor truck. Yep, I would say that qualifies. Look, I really want to make this work. But you're gonna have to cooperate with me a little bit. Bang it hard. That's my strategy. I've cursed myself by putting that in the... Oh god, what's happening? Yeah, that's, That's how that works.
Gliding down.
I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is... Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but, I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like, we kinda glided up here. I have to find out. Warning you, you don't want me going in there. I have a tendency to remove limbs. Huh. Oh, you once again cleanly cut someone's head off. Well. Now, if only you kids could pick up litter this efficiently, we'd have the cleanest town in this side of Gem Sea. Vote for Mayor Lewis, my jokes are terrible. And now, the winner of this year's egg hunt is... Give me my hat. Do it. Jas and Vincent. Wait, hang on. Hold up. But I want to eat the pizza. Okay. Go on. I'd like to see how this plays out. I feel like we have one major problem in this whole thing. I like this continuing to extend it, not like trying to back out and try and find a different route. Clearly the issue is I can't actually reach that spot. But you can see where it's putting the outline, where it's trying to do whatever that is. No. We can do it. We can do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. No, 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 no. I got hit by something else. I saw the trigger too. And I got... She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored, and you would just attempt to murder. And I don't have both my melee people up this time, I have just the one. Alright, if you want to just grenade your own people, I am down to let you do that. Who needs what enemies when you got friends like that? Alright. Wait, I can attach the stick. Oh. Alright, I guess we're just gonna hit a zombie. Oh! Oh, okay, no. Alright, the wrong way. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nope, that's not the way we're going. Sir, you need a handrail or... See, this is why you need a handrail. I was just about to cover that. That's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's really bad, that's really bad. Get up, get up, get up, get up. And we're safe. Okay, and I'm back. So let me catch up. So we had Cerisa Mage on the 7-stream streak right when he popped in right there. It's a shame that none of your friends want to play this even though they love Minecraft. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones that... So, like, Minecraft, I would say the big thing about Minecraft is the creative side of it. You can just sit there and you build your house. And this isn't to say, like, the survival, you can't die or anything. But, there's definitely, like, a lot more time to put the creative in building your stuff and all that. Whereas this one, you think about the time investment. This is our 3rd stream playing it. And you can see up there, I still don't have a roof on my house. And the only metal tool I've made is a pickaxe and a hammer. So it is a much slower pace when it comes to progression. So if someone wants to just kind of like do like the base building, creative, whatever side, this game really does kind of get in the way of that. I don't remember what we were doing. Wait, was I going this way? Okay. I don't remember at all what we were working on, because it looked like I was facing back towards the base. I've got copper, so I don't need to be panning right now. Yeah, I think we were wandering around just seeing what I could find for a minute. Because we're waiting on the charcoal to finish charcoaling. It's a bar. You an alive bear? Nope, you're a live bear. You're a live bear. I done goofed. The bear's super dangerous. Don't nom me, bear. Ow. Yeah, the bears and the wolves in this game, they play for keeps. Are you camping my body, bear? You murdered me and you went to sleep on my stuff. So you happen to have a surplus of hay, still rimworld. What's good use for it? I mean, hay, pretty much the only big things is to feed your animals or to make lots of fire. You are an absolute troll bear. I don't actually see my stuff is a real problem. Be cool, bear. Like, and I could hunt the bear and use it for, oh, here, sort this out, do this, do that, you over here, up there, you out of here. There we go. Bear seems chill after having breakfast. I know, right? Got the mauling people out of his system for the day. Yeah, it's Lily of the Valley. Oh, there's some bones down there. Oh, right. This is where I was pulling up all the red clay. Alright. I very rarely get to throw my weapon at small animals or anything nearby. I'm gonna need to sneak up on them, kind of thing. Thank you for the follow. Go to the stream. Oh, no, you're alive. Okay. Okay, so I finally broke that other spear. Alright. I probably need to get the bow if I'm going to actually hunt, because the arc on the spear is pretty severe. It's a little hard to kind of gauge in, considering I get to throw my weapons so infrequently. I'll go ahead and cut down the one lone tree over here, because I have to be standing by it. That's a pretty cool, crab emote. One of the mods you have makes grass harvestable in the hay. It's a bit too much, to be honest. Yeah, it's one of those things that, very, very genuinely, I have a very strong preference to modding extremely lightly, if at all. And that's kind of one of those things, you get those mods like, oh, that's really convenient, and they turn and go, oh, this mod really, really has screwed things up. I have this problem that I realistically shouldn't have as a problem. Now, let's get back home. And I'm hoping now... And also, it's a possibility that with the bow, I'll have a better chance against stuff like the wolves and the bears. Because I'll be able to engage them from a lot farther distance and maybe get a good couple shots off before they're able to close up the gap. Alright, so let's see. We still have the trippy vortexes by the house. As well as let's see if our charcoal is no longer... It's not smoking anymore. Yeah, I don't see any smoke anymore, so let's go ahead and pop on in here. Okay. You know, like mine, unless it's Zomboid, that's like 200 mods. I can't. Okay, maybe I got a little over the top on our charcoal production. You say Vintage Story is a game to be enjoyed first in vanilla and then maybe tailored to your needs with mods. Yeah, no, that's where, if you are someone who's going to mod, that's generally what I recommend doing anyways of the game, is just play the game how it comes first, and then go, okay, what would I like to change about that kind of thing? So, like, there's a lot of games, like RimWorld. I played tons and tons and tons of RimWorld. I still run very light on the mods, but, like, back before, like, I think 1.5, I was running a Lao tool most of the time because having a dedicated cleaning zone is just really nice compared to having to depend on the fire zone and all that stuff. You can never have enough charcoal. Oh, no, I'm sure I'm going to go through all this. But, like, for my immediate needs, I'm like, alright, we've secured charcoal for at least a while. It'll be curious to get ourselves, like, the charcoal door room, whatever you want to call it. Alright. I do appreciate that just by standing down here, it is just removing the layers one by one. I don't have to, like, climb up and yoink it just to get to come down. Sadly, this is going way slower now. I don't have a shovel. I don't feel like going back to make a shovel to come back out here. There we go. Then we get to see how much charcoal I made. But yeah, so this whole process is just to get the fuel so that I can smelt. And apparently you can make these charcoal pits huge. It's something like up to 11 by 11 is acceptable or something like that. You know, let's leave that there for when I need it. Okay, so I got just barely shy of 2 full stacks. Yes, I'll be getting berries on those very soon. You're at 8 out of 9. Got a whole bunch of reeds I can worry about later. Okay, you're at 7 and 8 out of 9. Okay. Cool, so we can go here, drop off the vine, drop off the wood, go there. Alright, so I've got my molds here. Are tools more efficient? You seem to be using your hands a lot. Yes, tools are more efficient. I was using a shovel until I broke it. And then it was kind of the... I could, you know, finish what I was doing, and it'd be a little bit slower, but all that. Or I could run back and then make a new tool. And so there's like the question of running back, making the tool, then coming back out versus just finishing what I was at. So I chose to finish where I was at. Alright, before I forget, let's grab our tongs off the wall. Okay. So at about 120 something degrees, the crucible will be hot enough that the solidified copper in the bottom of it will liquefy. That'll be enough to get some pretty good progress towards making her stuff. And then I've got enough material that I could probably fully refill this thing and get a bunch more going. But I have to have the tongs in my inventory, otherwise when I grab it, I'll just drop it because it's just too hot. I'm gonna give it a little bit more. Okay. So now I'll go over here. Grab this. Plunk you in there and you there. Now I gotta wait for the fresh copper to get there. Yeah, so you're still hovering around 1,000 degrees, so that should be fine. So yeah, slowly the copper will get up to temperature until it liquefies, and then when it liquefies, we will go and pour the other two things. I have a little bit of spare, not enough to make in our tool. That will just leave solidified in the bottom of the crucible. And then that means I'll have a pick, a hammer, and a prospecting pick. And my assumption of the prospecting pick is there will be a way to be like seeing what materials around you and don't spoil it. We do know where I can find a bunch of copper. I just had to have a new pick to do it, and we needed a hammer to exploit the stuff we do find. And now we'll have both of those. And then the moment this liquefies, I'm going to pull all the charcoal out so we don't waste any. Okay, and... okay, so 15 units of copper still in there. Cool. And then for now, it can go up to here. And chuck the charcoal we have there. I'll chuck it in here for right now. Okay. So I've got that. So now with these, if we look at the top of the screen, they're still like 1,000 degrees Celsius. Needless to say, I can't work with that. I tried putting water on them the first time, and it Thank you, wifey.
That is Doom.
It's more like Minecraft if it was merciless.
Okay.
You'd hate it.
Cool.
I love you.
Love you.
Right. So let's see here. So we gotta wait for that. It's nighttime anyways. So it seems like the perfect time for us to go take a nap while our tools, cool off. Definitely go to sleep right next to molten hot tools. It'll certainly not end badly for you. You won't wake up, burning your wrist extremely bad when you roll over and you smack it with your hand. Okay. Cool, so we've got our prospector pick and our pickaxe head. And let's shift this all over a little bit more. Right, that's a spare hoe. So let's go here, grab some flint. And make a shovel head real fast. Oh, that's not the right one. We can grab you. Cool. So I've got a pretty wide range of tools. Hey, Gildrix. It's going good. How was the rest of your stream? Wait. Oh, he woke up at 4 in the morning. All right, that's interesting. How's the rest of your stream? Your build still going well? For those who don't know, Kildrix is another fantastic content creator on the platform, and another person who's been playing some vintage story. Oh, let's quickly put our tongs back in the wall. There you go. It was great. Yeah, the building got up and exploring some new of the fantastic mods. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I've been avoiding getting into any mod stuff. Alright, so we got a lot of these will ripen in one day. A lot of you aren't ripening for a while. Yeah, I'm assuming we're getting to the part of the year where we stop having these ripen. Because I am noticing they should all be in the ripening stage by now. Yes, we're in August. So you're at 8 out of 9 a lot of these. 7 out of 9 there. Hey, Treacle. But yeah, definitely check out Kildrix. Absolutely fantastic time of there. Let's go ahead and get this done. Like I said, I think we've reached that time of the year where it's late enough in the season that if I go and I plant these again, they're just going to be here for winter and probably not make it. Now, if you don't know Treacle, another fantastic content creator that you should also be checking out, plays a lot of RimWorld. So if you're like into if you like RimWorld, you can find that there. I was really counting on getting some berries off that. Because these say will ripen in one day, and I think they've said that a couple of days. You are tree lighted to see you both. Get out. Nah, it's all good. So really don't want to have to spend like the better part of the day running around. Because I'm noticing some of these are starting to brown, which I'm assuming they're getting disease or pests or something like that. Okay. I'm partly thinking it's so early in the day that maybe it needs to wait a little longer. What month of the game is it? August. So we're solidly in the fall. You know what I could probably do to check? Let's take a look at this bush here. So this is cranberry. Alright, so you can pull up our thing and go cranberry. Let's see. That doesn't tell me anything about your stuff here. I was hoping it'd tell me your seasons. It's not looking like it. Dry cranberry mash. Crudely pressed fruit. Not too appetizing looking, but some animals might still eat it. Yeah, so approaching winter. But if I'm not mistaken, in real life, I want to say cranberries in temperate climate is a fall plant. But I could be wholly wrong. I'm not a place where they grow cranberries. Versus stuff like blackberries and raspberries in a lot of places is a summer to fall crop, depending on where you're at. Well, crap. So the answer is I'm gonna have to deal with food. I really want to just take our equipment. Let's take 2 seconds, because there was a whole thing about prospecting. Okay, ready to move on from the Copper Age. In order to advance, you will need to find some rather rare resources. To create bronze, the prospecting pick can help you find where not to search for them. Once you have either poured or smithed the prospecting pick, pack your bags and go for a journey. Density search mode. Break 3 rock blocks in close proximity to sample the area for ores. Sample blocks must be located a minimum of 3 blocks apart and a maximum of 16 blocks apart. You can you can sample anywhere as long as you break rock. For example, when you come across a cave and an outcropping of stone, dig through the dirt, reach the solid stone rock, break 1 block to start the sampling process, move at least 3 blocks, then break another, do this again, and finish collecting your samples. Once your samples are completed, the chat info will show you a reading of all prospectable materials in this location. Results are shown as ore density. A low density of resources means you'll probably want to move on and keep prospecting until you find medium to high density. It might also mean you are near the edge of a deposit. So look around to see if you can find stronger readings. Even a high density reading is no certainty to actually find ore in that exact spot, though it must be nearby. It is up to you how you then locate the individual ore veins underground, such as like that prospecting is detected. Example: ultra high cassiterite, very poor chromite, minuscule amounts prismite. Interpretation: cassiterite is generally found in small quantities. In smaller quantities, this area contains about 0.3 milli, which means roughly 0.3 out of 1,000 rock blocks contain the ore if the entire area were mined. The reading being ultra high means here you have the best chance in finding this ore. Oh, gotcha. So it's saying absolute garbage amount is what you normally get for this, but this is the best odds of getting it. So it's a rare ore, but you've got the things. Alright. So basically, I gotta smack 3 rocks, but they can't be too close or too far. They need to be just right. Otherwise, Dorothy or the Bears, I don't remember who the actual one, gets really upset with you and probably murders you in your sleep. Well, I am going to need to go find food. Let's get our ore on our bar as well. Ah, the Goldilocks. Yes, the Goldilocks. Oh, Goldie Rocks? Yes. Yeah, no, that was the thing. I felt it actually did a pretty good job of explaining it. Oh, you know what? 1 second before we go. I can apparently attach a container on here for storage, and I should do that. Oh, cool. A nightmare spider thing. Alright, well... I've been putting this off for a long time. But if I'm indeed starting to see a reduced amount of berries and all that... I can go ahead and get that going real fast, because I'm going to end up going out there and then just being hungry. Stop trying to ignite it. Oh, it's not in my main hand, it's in my offhand. That's why it's not working. That's fine. So get ourselves a little bit of food because we're right about the beginning starving. And then what I wanted to do is grab these reeds. I don't imagine there's gonna be that much food. I'll probably need way more grains than that. Oh, stop whining. What's a little malnutrition while you wait for your dinner to cook? Okay. I was wanting to save this. That should be enough for right now. Because the grain holds up really well, so that's where I feel like we really want to have proper farms. Because that means I can ride out the winter. I have a feeling we're starting to get to the point where food's going to get hard to come by. But I definitely don't want to be hitting this too hard right now. We take this one stack, get ourselves some food, secure a bunch of copper and anything else we can find, and then from there, move on. Oh yeah, that's some good stuff there. You're good for how many days? You know what I can do? Put that in the inventory. Yeah, honestly, that's really solid. Okay. That should keep us handled so far as our food for a while. Let's get back over to our raft. And then this way, as we collect stuff, I've got a place to put it. You achieved the status of food? Excellent. So step one is I'm going to go get more copper. Because it does me no good if I get my tools and I start seeking other stuff out. And then I break my tools. And I don't have the tools I need to make more tools and I have to go back to sifting through sand to try and get more copper. Okay. At least that porridge was a lot of nutrition. But then the hope is, as long as we can keep it growing and get all that stuff harvested, I should have myself probably a good 100, 120 or so units of grain. Yeah, no, that's the thing, is it's like, at that temperature, it basically keeps forever because you're cooking all the bacteria. That's not really how it works in real life, but it's close enough. There is certainly bacteria that does not give a crap about those level of heats. But generally the stuff you're more worried about anyways is usually the stuff that dies off in the heat. Okay, yeah, so over here where we got these mountains, we did find some copper veins here previously. So I want to go to those copper veins to get an idea with what we're seeing there, how that actually looks for us. And then I imagine what we'll do is we probably prospect until we find something good, and then I'm assuming we go quarry style, where we just start drilling down into the earth looking for what we're after. Okay, and we got our little place to dock our boat. Okay, you can see the little orange pickaxe I put on the mountain over there. And we do know there's more copper there. But like I said, I'm curious to check this out. Now, where it mentioned them 3 blocks apart, I imagine it needs to be horizontally. But I could see people making the mistake, or maybe it works, of doing it vertically. Yeah, so there's copper there. Probably don't waste that right now. Yeah, so you can see there's copper over there. And I was mining it from the... Or was it my... No, as... Is this where we were mining it? Oh, don't bang in that with this. As a loose piece, it dropped. Okay. Yeah, so I'm thinking the copper's that way. Because we dug down there and I didn't find, like, hardly anything. So I'm guessing it's... As I get unable to see. Yeah, because you can see it all up there. So I'm guessing it's, like, this spire here is where it's at, not down here. So let's start by trying to climb up this way. It is possible that maybe verticality does matter as well. Guess what? Your birthday's tomorrow? Nice! Okay. And Dawn of War. Ow. And Dawn of War, the definitive edition, comes out? Neat, man. Dawn of War, that brings me back. Dawn of War is excellent. Okay. Just trying to grab the copper I see first. There's a little bit more way up there. Hey, Creepy Vortex is not a good place for you, man. Could you go someplace else for me? Okay. Yeah, so this is the area I think we need to be looking. What I'm going to do is I'm going to skim the stuff off the top until I can get a nice little square of stone and just see what happens. Because I could see this working in a bunch of ways. I could see it being a thing that, like, it might only be prospecting the area in between. It could just be you do the prospecting and it's vaguely the entire surrounding area. And don't spoil it. We're gonna science this. But you get the idea. There's a couple different ways this could be working. Okay. Alright, so first tile. Okay, we need 2 more samples, so it needs to be 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's 3 away. Okay, 1 more sample. And now it'll be 3 away this way. Decent native copper. Poor magnite. Very poor cassiterite. Minuscule amounts of everything else. Well, it's time to murder an ecosystem. You know, the catch is I don't really know the range on those things. And I'm sure there's like patterns people have figured out that are like the optimal pattern to, you know, like you would do a row, skip 2, and then a row if you're deep underground doing it. I feel like this would be a big waste of materials doing it this way. One hint, this is not Minecraft. No, I'm well aware. We looked down below before. Because it did mention you find in the area, and from what I was observing, I haven't noticed veins like in Minecraft where you find like just a bunch of them all mooshed into one spot. What I'm trying to do here is I'm deliberately skipping 2 rows so I can see either side. Because that'll also spare me a little bit on digging down for no real benefit. Okay. Finding veins? Yeah, and that's the thing. I'd assume like when you find like a real vein. Would 3x3 work? I have no idea. I'm new to all this. Yeah, because it mentions you find it. And when you find it, like, out of 1,000 blocks, you'd find X amount. Alright. Okay, if we don't find stuff soon, I might try and back off to see where we dug out the other ones. Would it work better near the prospecting stuff we found? That was a curiosity, as if elevation mattered, which we can try here in a minute. Because I'm kind of thinking if this is not right, we are just burning through this pickaxe. And I did get a couple of nuggets, but obviously that'd be an unsustainable thing if I get a couple of nuggets at the cost of all this. Alright, so I can grab you. So I'm trying to see if any more of the... There's copper right down there. Trying to dig a little bit around where I saw that copper. Like I said, I still don't know the rules on any of this. Okay, so I found the copper there, so let's try messing with this. So let's get as far over there as we can. So there's one. The 1, 2... That should be fine. And that should be fine. Okay. So we're learning. That did seem to make a bit of a difference. We have a slightly, only 2% higher native copper percentage showing up. And that was right where we pulled copper. So let's go way down here. Where I had dug this area out, looking for copper. Let's go 1 here. Two here. And 3 there. That's even higher. Okay. So the implication there is being down here probably actually in my best interest. That I could potentially dig down here and keep working at this, and maybe I strike a really good vein. Because the copper percentage did go up by almost 50% between where we were digging the actual copper nodes up top and then this spot down here. That's still information. So I'm going to do with this, I'm going to use this as like a stairwell going down. Do you have any mods? Do you have the other mode for prospecting pick disabled on your map options? I'm not aware of another one because the game hasn't told me of another mode. We're basically on standard and I've changed no settings. I think I changed the view distance, but otherwise I think I changed no settings otherwise. But prospecting on the map? Hit F. Density search mode, long range, chance-based search, exact search. Okay. Wait, what are the yellow dots that just showed here? Oh, okay. It also gives me information about this. Okay, we need 2 more samples. They're doing long range search? No, I think it's doing exact search. Oh, I was doing long range search? So exact search. Alright, let's do this again then. Found the ords. Medium amounts of olivine. Okay, so I don't... Okay. There's apparently copper right here. Let's actually, with us mining right next to it, the prospecting pick, let's see what it says. Native copper trace amounts. So now that I've mined that, what happens if I do this? Will it update it? Native copper trace amounts. So trace amounts to me is not encouraging. I got 2 more blocks way up there. I'm enjoying it. Working on figuring out prospecting and all that better. Okay, so again, we're going to do tests. We're learning. So let's see if it still says trace amounts, even though I'm sitting at multiple of these, like right here. Trace amounts. Gotcha, so I'm assuming what'll happen... So that was the 2 we saw from down below. Yeah, so we got a bunch of the copper here. I heard there's one of the spear throwing guys. Okay, so I've got copper right near the top. It's fine. Take a little bit of risk digging like this. Chosen the state of Italian pie. Excellent. That sounds like it'd probably be delicious. Okay, we're somewhere about the area that copper was. I definitely saw another node of copper from way down there. And that's where I was mining, looking for the ore. And my guess is it'd be right over here, or right over there. Try the short range at the top. Yeah, we can do that real quick. Okay. Oh, pizza. No ore nearby. There you are. Now, will it tell me there's no more? 'Cause I'm curious if it updates as we do this or not. No ore nearby. Okay. No ore nearby. Okay, minor ore nearby. You do just mine straight across. How short is short? I don't know, but I figured it's going to mine to the other side of here and then tag it again. Okay, so let's see what it says over here. No ore nearby. Okay, so this is not the correct direction. Try in the middle. What I was going to do is carve a little ways this way and do it, because I believe it could be up, down, you know, north, south, east, west. And since luckily I can rule out that direction because it doesn't exist, and that direction because it doesn't exist, I'm trying to rule out this way and the other way. I'm not going to go quite as far. Try this. No ore nearby. Alright, so I'm going to assume it's down. Just judging by that. Okay, we've got ore nearby here. All right. And we'll go here. And see if it still says there's some nearby. No node nearby. Okay. Let's try going like 3, 4 this way. And do it again. Okay, we're still detecting stuff. When we went down there, we didn't see copper. That's kind of the catch. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go a little bit farther here. Then we're gonna prospect again. I'm expecting them to say no, and then we'll drop halfway. And then we'll check, like, out towards the ledge that way. We're still detecting trace amounts nearby. I'm basically planning on just keep going till it says none. And then wherever we're at, I'm going to drop halfway back. And then, like, start going the other directions. Yeah, I guess we just leave a bunch of stone everywhere. Okay. Alright. Alright, let's stop right around here. We'll try going out first. Alright, we'll use the prospecting pick here. I'm expecting it to still say we've got ore. That said, if it said it didn't detect it, that'd be an answer that's behind me. Yeah, trace amounts. That surprises no one. Cool. They could still ultimately be above or below me. Yeah, no, it could very well be that I'm just detecting individual nodes. Yeah, no, you're probably right, it's probably below. But I'm figuring we'll keep doing our tests here. Because it also could be a handful of individual nodes. Alright, nothing nearby. Okay, so it's got to be up or down. How much did I drop down between those? Just, it looks like just 2? Okay, yeah, so it's probably down then. Because I would be able to see it in the ceiling if it was up, would be my guess. Yeah, no, I see that the pick's going. I've got enough chunks we found. Oh, I don't want to do it that way. Hang on. I should be going... a little deeper. Because I could already see the floor in the other area. I'm also low on food. Okay, let's use the pick here to see if it still reads the stuff nearby. I would expect it will. It does. Okay. Alright, so let's go about halfway back here. Start branching out this way. Just strip mine the whole thing? Well, the problem is you need the metal to mine the metal. And so you run to that whole equation where you can't really just strip mine because you won't have the resources to do it. Which I think is a clever way, because that was the whole thing with Minecraft, is you could just literally just blast through an area and just pulverize everything. Okay, no ore nearby. What about this place? Does it take metal to repair metal tools? As far as I'm aware, there's no repairing. Okay, so that's a dud over there. We're still seeing traces over here. I'm assuming we're starting to hit the far end of this side. Okay. No ore nearby. We did detect it over here, so let's try going around here. Well, that is the end of the pick. Alright. Now the good news is, we did actually get a decent amount of stone, or copper chunks. Use all those stone to make a ladder up. Yeah, you know, I definitely have enough things. I haven't even looked at what it takes to make a ladder. It looks like my options are I can make a wooden ladder, a rope ladder, and that's the only thing. So it doesn't look like I can make stone ladders. But if it brings sticks with me, then I can potentially bring actual ladders. Yeah, so it looks like we're only finding trace amounts of copper there. So while I could potentially find a couple more pieces, I think what I might do is take our prospecting tools and start running around the areas of the map we have previously checked. And just skying that out. Oh, maybe you mean stones like in Minecraft? Gotcha. I'm not too worried about where it's showing trace. I'm guessing we're down just like 1 or 2 pieces left. Oh, I didn't even eat my other thing. I thought I was running out of food. That's fine, and then those will stack. Okay. Yeah, no, I did find a little bit of copper on the top, but when we went down in the hole and I started checking with the prospecting tool, it implied that there was no copper down there, there was some other material. But what I'm thinking we'll do is we'll go nearer to the house. I've got some caves right by the house. Maybe go by the house, do like the long-range prospecting there, see what it says is in the area, if anything looks good. Maybe we then try and do like the closer range one. But all in all, I mean, 15 stacks, or 15 of the copper chunks, that should give me a couple hundred copper. That's at least enough to replace my pickaxe. So what we can do is do that right away. Make the pickaxe, that way it has time to cool off. Big copper haul? Yeah. Like I said, I'm guessing where we're in that mounty area, I'm guessing we're looking at just like little scattered bits. And in a pinch, if I get down to like my last pickaxe worth of material, we'll go back and try and catch, you know, a couple of pieces here and there, because that'll probably be enough to make yet another. But I'm suspecting I'm probably at a position where I want to run around and start looking for, like, better nodes. Or at least check out what's nearby home. Now the other thing I don't know is with the long range, how long range is long range. Like if we look at the map, is this checking out, or we put these 4 things here. Yeah, like, is this checking, like, this whole area, or just that area, or, like, any of that? That's all stuff I'm gonna have to experiment a little bit with. Getting a feel for the distances and all that. Yeah, I got a tunnel system right next to my base. That's worth taking a peek at. Here's stage 3. Let's drop stuff off first. I'm gonna have to figure out what I'm doing with all these extra bricks. And grab the bowls. Okay, so let's grab our hammer. Yes, that's 49 chunks of copper. So you can go here, grab a stack of you. Yeah, let's get this melting first. Got the 49 here. I will need you. We don't need the gold on me. Oh, I should get more prints. I didn't think this through. Shovel mold. That's probably for the scythe. We'll just work with what we got here. Because I was just thinking, this is going to be more than I need for that. Okay, so you're molten. That's 200 something. Because I only have one pickaxe mold. But yeah, with what we hauled enough to make almost 3 pickaxes. Between what I already had and what's here. Is there another one we could do? Probably not the shovel and all that. I still don't know what you are. That's for the scythe. I could see an argument for the scythe, but let's not worry about that right now. It's fine. It means I'll need to basically heat this up. What I'll probably want to do later is make myself multiple molds, so that when I'm like, okay, it's time to make a pickaxe, I can just pour 3 pickaxe heads and do that kind of thing. Right now, we'll just be inefficient about it. It's fine. It'll burn like an extra 4 charcoal every single time I have to like reheat it up, but that's okay. So I think I'll do for right now. Now go ahead and make our prospects being picked mold, because I know I'm going to need that. I have how much more still in there? 60 units? Yeah, it's fine. So I can chuck that on there. Chuck you in here. So those just need to cool off now, so there's nothing more to do with that. Cool, we got some berries ripened. And there's more berries that have ripened. The rest that has time yet? Okay. The good news is I got a bunch of berries there. Now the next thing to do get all the stuff that fully grew. Okay, we've reached 8 out of 9 stages on that. 8 out of 9 stages there. Cool. So we did get a bunch of stuff. We're going to go ahead and toss the seeds in there, because I am... let's see. Yeah, we're in August, so I'm guessing we're at the point where I don't want to be planting new crops. Because August is solidly into like late summer, early fall, that kind of time frame. And I don't want to have to go hunting for all those again. That also gives me a bunch more stuff there. Okay, you're cooling off. Alright, so meanwhile, we got a cave system over here. No, as far as I can tell, you can't melt down existing stuff you found. You might be able to do it in some manner, but I haven't been able to make that work yet. So there should be a cave entrance right over here. Alright. So one, actually, change you to long range. 1. 2. 3. Native copper is at decent here at 12.71. So the implication is that there is native copper in the area. Now again, I don't really have a clue of how big the area is. No node nearby. No node nearby. Hey, Zidian! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Welcome in, raiders. If we can get a shout out for Zidian, I'd much appreciate it. So it does look like there's another area down here, and there's something skulking around down there. So realistically, I'm going to be digging down to that area. But it looks like we got copper on this tile somewhere, of at least decent amount. So it is somewhat encouraging. Oh wait, there's another side here. That's right. Okay. We'll get you a shout out here in just a second. No node nearby. Alright. Then go here and do shout out for Zidian, who is playing some Eco. So for those who don't know, Zidian are a fantastic content creator on the platform, playing some Eco recently, so if that sounds like your kind of a jam, you know, you can find it over there. Okay. No node nearby. Get some dinner, but you'll be back after a bit? Gotcha. Well, you enjoy your dinner. Thank you again for the raid and all that. I really do appreciate it. Alright, let's take a look to see if the other pickaxe head has cooled off. Because the implication we have is that somewhere on our tile there's a decent amount of copper, potentially. Okay, so it's still at soft, but it is cooling off. In the meantime, let me remember to actually put you back up there. I wonder when it goes to... Cool. So it's hardened now. That's good for right now. Okay. So we did see there was more cave tunnels down here. And also things skulking in the night. That's not the way we're trying to go. It's the other way around. So we're gonna try and get to that cave system down there. Alright. Did you check the wiki? Nope. I am deliberately not looking up any, like, wiki information. We're learning it. If I have to resort to, like, looking up the wiki just to figure out how to play, that's usually a pretty bad sign. Now, it's different if you gotta, like, look up the wiki to figure out, like, oh, what's the best location to find this, like, that kind of thing. Like, for example, with, like, Terraria. Terraria is one of those games that you can absolutely play and succeed without the wiki. They've got the guide that builds in that kind of nudges you in the right direction. Whereas, if you want to find particularly good items or whatever, then you're often in wiki territory. But yeah, again, new to the game, learning as we go. I'm going to go ahead and stack this. I'm assuming that means when one burns out, it'll go right to the next. Come on. Ah! You are tanky. Okay. So I got a cave system down here. And I'm hoping we'll just see stuff. Okay, so reach the end of this area. Let's go bang at a wall. No node nearby. That's fine. I'll go here. Actually, you know what? Well, I'll finish doing this one. We're probably far enough that I might need to do like the long range thing again. So let's go to long range. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we have lower native copper over here. The amount of native copper we're seeing in that direction has gone down. Hello, lead ore. Alright, let's go here on the map. Boom. Lead. Underground entrance by home. Who guys, as more of what is min-max Z levels? Yeah, no, I gotcha. The classic kind of like where you have the same thing with, you know, Terraria, Minecraft, where it's like you're not going to find diamond or whatever, you know, above a certain height, that kind of garbage. I see there's more this way. Yes, this is more what I'm expecting, is that we hit a spot like this, where it's just a vein that we can kind of just chip away at. And, you know, like once you get one piece, you're good. Lead ore, quality rich. It can get on people's nerves really fast. What color is copper in this game? It's like orangish red. Little lighter than the head of the pickaxe, because my pickaxe is copper. I'll deal with that section in just a moment. Yeah, no, I get the idea, though, behind it, is there's like a hot and cold kind of thing you do with the prospecting pick. Okay, so I'm not seeing more lead immediately. So let's switch you. Looking for ore nearby. Okay, so there's supposed to be more lead nearby. Overlooked it? Oh, yeah, I see it. Okay. Yeah, no, I even thought about when I was halfway through. I was like, oh yeah. Cool, so we got all of it. Nothing nearby. Nothing nearby. Ooh, we got some other kind of ore. I'm assuming that's gold? Sulfur. Okay. What's it say about this, since we're mining right by it? Large amounts of sulfur nearby. Okay. Yeah, it seems like it's kind of like on a plane where it's just like a layer of sulfur. I'm not seeing any above. It's a lot of sulfur. Yeah, I'm curious though if we'll be able to make a lead pick. Now, lead's generally not a super sturdy metal. It's one of the reasons why we used it for so much. Is because early on it was one we could work with fairly easy because it was soft and all that. Versus like once we started getting to harder metals, there's a lot more involved. Okay, you get a pretty solid amount out of a proper vein.
Thank you Digigu801 for subscribing for 12 months. 1 year. Let's go.
Hey, Digiguy, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub and a full year you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot that not only that you'd sub, but you keep subbing, all that stuff. Really does mean lots of thanks so much for that. But I do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access emotes. My brain is like trying to process things. This is a lot of sulfur. And this does feel a little bit more like what you would actually run into mining, where you would find a vein of ore. Get out of here. Mind your business. All right. But yeah, what I was saying is, in real life, when you find like a vein of ore, it's not like just like trace amounts here and there, like an actual vein of ore, you usually get a pretty substantial amount out of it. Would you back off? I'm trying to just sit here, mind my own business, do my own thing. You gotta be a big old troll about this. Do I have any really... No, not really. I was gonna look for like a gravel block or something that I know I could just like punch to get rid of. Yeah. Guessing we're starting to wrap up this vein. Could be wrong, though. This is our first proper vein of ore in the game that I've done. And they definitely give you a lot. Which is good, because it takes quite a bit to do a lot of stuff. And I honestly think I can get behind the idea that, unlike Minecraft, where you just pop down below, and it doesn't take you that long to really track down a bunch of ore. I kind of like the idea that instead, it takes a lot more to find a vein of ore, but when you do, you get a lot more out of it. I think that makes for more interesting gameplay. It makes the search more meaningful. Like a real treasure hunt. That's not great. Okay. Alright, well, I mean, I am planning on getting out of here after this vein. Most are also geologically accurate. Ooh. That should be interesting. So that means for a lot of the a lot of the more exotic metals and all that would need to go to, like, mountains that, you know, in theory would be volcanic and all that. Or have been volcanic. They don't need to be actively volcanic. Alright. So grab this. I need to keep in mind... Well, that's not what you want. Wait, what am I doing? It's my spear that broke, not my pick. Go away. Ow, something hit me really hard. Okay. That's kind of what I figured was coming. Why is everything weirdly blue? Okay, so this will be a trick. Let me grab... Do I not have a stick? Okay, so I'll need to grab a stick real fast. Go away. I got other things to worry about. I'll deal with you later. I also just realized I don't have a means of lighting this until I get more sticks. Okay, so we can go down here, we light this thing, then we gotta try and recover our junk. Oh, come on, I hate the store so much. Because I'm pretty sure there's a timer on how long you have to recover your stuff. And I don't know what it is, and I don't plan on finding out. Because I'd be pretty upset if we lost everything. Right now, you just get in there. Okay, where's the hole back here? Oh, good. All my stuff was right here. Would you go away? Your mother's disappointed in you. She knew she should have sent you to boarding school. Okay. So we got stuff to figure out. Okay, so one of these torches is going on the wall. The others, let's get them in the inventory so they stop wasting material. We gotta know where the gears. That could be a prospecting pick. Right now, I'll just shove them there. Man, they're out there moaning a whole bunch. Okay, so what do we do with sulfur? So we can obtain by breaking blocks. We can grind it up into sulfur powder, which I assume we would then use sulfur power for explosives. Yeah, blasting power, and bandages, and sulfuric acid. I apparently can make sulfuric acid. Okay. Oh yeah, don't I have stuff here? Yeah, there we go. Here we've got you and you. Smeesh. So that gave me a lot of lead. Like, a lot of lead. $845 units of lead. Alright, so we're not going to do anything with that quite yet. Let's get you third, fourth. Get a bunch more stone and all that. I need to make another spear. Did I have some spearheads just laying around here from prospecting? No. Okay. Did you craft anything good with lead? Don't know yet, gonna find out. I'm assuming I'll be able to use it for a lot of the same things as copper, because it's also a soft metal. Like, copper is also not particularly strong metal, but we'll see what the limitations are. I'm assuming it's basically you can use it just the exact same between them. It's just different ones will be better at different things, and some will be kind of just rubbish. Put that over here, put you over here. This thing's officially absolutely full of all the brick. Lead anvil? Probably. Ooh, actually, and I already have an anvil mold. That is not a bad idea. Because I'm assuming the anvil takes a pretty hefty amount of lead. Does it tell me how much you need? Nope, we're gonna find out. Alright, so we got all that there. Let's get you out of here. Grab you here, do this. Grab you. Drop you in there. Now, my assumption with the lead mold is no matter what, we break the lead mold. Oh, 900 units of lead. And of course, I'm at 845 units of lead. I have been. We can actually go and check. So you can make like leaded windows and all that. You can make leaded solder. Okay. Here, let's just look what lead. We can do lead ingot, lead bits, lead chain, lead plate, lead block, lead sheet, lead plaque, lead windows. Okay, that's almost insulting shortage. Not quite insulting enough, like in FS. So it looks like we make the lead windows, which is one thing. Leaded windows, because I've noticed that before for making proper windows. Lead sheet. Doesn't say what I use it for. Lead chain. Doesn't tell me what I use it for there. Lead plaque. Yeah, so we use it for night vision emitters, lead plates, and lead windows. And lead plates are used for night vision resonators, teleporters. So, unfortunately, a rickety translocator. Yeah, so it's looking like the uses of lead pretty limited. Lead is a big sad. Yeah, I'm surprised you can't make a lead anvil. It wouldn't be a particularly amazing anvil, but still. I could certainly make lead ingots just to sit them aside for later, but I don't think that really makes sense. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move you over there. Move you here. Alright. And we got beaten the crap out of. Which I did see that there was more, there's more berries up there. Alright, bear with me. While we're on this ad break, as soon as we wake up, I'm going to pause the game real fast. Grab myself a drink, stretch my legs. Duel at 7, I'll be right back. I do apologize about taking our one right after this. Just need to get some of this food eaten, all that stuff. I'll be back in just a minute, and we'll get back to it, and hopefully we'll find something better than lead. Alright, see you in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. I'm pretty sure I just got Brildain killed. Is there something I don't care about I could just toss in front? Hurry, 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 hurry. Aha! I have shields! But I mean, it'll distract you maybe. Or just frustrate you. I don't know. I have a crush on a young man, but he doesn't feel the same. That drives me character. I need a potion. Yes. What do you mean? What do you mean? Come on. You have a crush on a young man. He doesn't feel the same way. Come on. Look. I'm not gonna tell you how that works. But I'm telling you, this potion is going to solve your problem. It may create a new series of other problems. But him not paying attention to you will not be a thing. No, give him the potion, not her. Well, no, I give her the potion to give to him. I'm sure she can figure it out. And in a game where a single hit can be the end of it, 95% is still not good enough. Did I... Someone clipped that. I'm pretty sure we just pushed him, and it counted as a spear stab. I got it on time. Okay. I don't recognize it though, so I'm assuming I'm looking at it correctly. Like it's got the little arms, the outside, little tiny feet, holding something up to the right, eyes on the top.
It's a cannoli.
Change course. Set thrusters to full.
So, you're still picking me up, right? Right? Still getting a ride? No? Alright. And sorry about that. Just had my, like, dinner sitting there, and I just was really hungry. So dinner's done. Okay, so let's go out here and get some berries. I'm just trying to watch for him. That's the one and only really big downside of this giant field of stuff. Is when the enemies show up in it, they can crawl under the level it's at. It makes it really hard to deal with them. Okay. Sir, get out of my house. That's right, you best get moving. Okay. Would a wall around your garden help with them, or do they climb? They can climb one block, as far as I can see. I do think a wall would help, but I'm kind of like still expanding that garden. So I don't know how far out I want to go, and we're having problems. I don't know if enemies are spawning inside my house, but I'm assuming I need more light to deal with that. We got another one of those situations where we got a vortex literally on my property. I'm going to choose to ignore that problem for right now. And just snarf down a whole bunch of these. Okay. So I got torches, I got more of the flax seed. I'll wait to deal with the tree tomorrow. Okay, so let's get back down here. Current rift activity high. I hate that for us. Could you not? I have a feeling today is not the day to be down here. Yeah, let's get out of here. With the activity at high, I think there's just gonna be me dying down here a whole lot. Don't you stab me. Ow. It's okay. Everything's just graying out a little bit because we're so close to death. So we'll cut down the tree instead. Come on. What happens if you die 10 more times? It just takes away my respawn point. If I use one of those gear things, I can put it right back. Okay, those are all at 8 out of 9. Am I missing any obvious berries? Just checking the flax. Okay. So we are slowly recouping health. All right. Sorry, little rabbit. You chose the wrong basement to hide in. Okay. Drop the wood in there. Okay, so the other things to figure out is, I believe, reach the point now where we can go like this. And I now have cloth. So I've made cloth, and with the cloth we can make a sail for a windmill. That's going to require a lot of cloth. We can make a mining bag that gives us 12 slots. So it requires thread, and like bronze or steel or something like that plate. I was kind of hoping we'd see lead there. Yeah, so it's iron, steel, or whatever plate, so that's pretty amazing. Sturdy mining bag is even better, which means sturdy leather with it as well. Linen sack. Okay. The linen sack, if I get one more thing of thread, will be good. We can make a wooden bed. Clean bandages, which give 3 health back. Gives me 4 bandages per sheet of cloth. That seems horrifically inefficient. We can give ourselves some armor, but it reduces our overall health. It also has durability. That's a lot of cloth we're gonna need, like a lot of cloth. Okay, so the answer is, I'm taking this cloth and I'm chucking that box right now. Meanwhile, Current rift activity calm. I know I'm going down here with very little life. You know, somewhere down here they... Yeah, so that's where we got the sulfur, so we haven't been deeper than this. Alright. Trace amounts of sulfur. Okay, no ore nearby. I'm gonna try and not put out my torch with the water. Okay. Okay, and that just seems like it's a closed area. So I think we've done the quick tour down here. That's so we can't find our way back out. Ow. Telling me that thing is still way down there. Or I gotta run almost straight at it just to get there. Ow. He waited for me. Okay, that's fine. He was pretty close to the top. Yeah, he's like waiting right there. Give me my stuff. Okay. There we go. Didn't even give me loot. Okay. So let's pop back up here. Put away our torch before it gets doused. So I took a quick peek at that. Alright, so we can walk over here. Let's go ahead and get our food real quick. Okay, so map. I'm going to remove this marker. We can leave this stuff on here. Oh, what I'll want to do is let's go to the cave entrance over here. And I'm going to mark it that there's a cave entrance here, and that basically we've already kind of tapped it. Like, not saying there couldn't be more down there, but as far as stuff that's just easily exposed, we've got it. So, cave entrance. Cave entrance. Cleared. Now, if I recall correctly, there was over here farther. There was another cave entrance. Get back here. I've lost track. There you are. Okay. Alright, and before we actually go down in here, cave entrance. Ah. Where? Alright. Okay, you're way down there. Or not. Where are you shooting at me from? Okay. Let's start prospecting really fast to see what's down here. Hey, Darth, I am not a doctor, man. This is not the right tool. I am not a doctor, man. I cannot answer that question. Like that is someone you gotta be talking to a doctor about. I have zero medical background. Okay, so the copper and all that down here, kind of crap. Also, I would strongly recommend not seeking medical advice on Twitch. Probably even more inaccurate than ChatGPT, probably. Okay. Got lots of quartz. Still don't know where I'm getting hit from. I mean, they're not actually hitting, but they are attacking from somewhere. You okay down there, buddy? Wanna try that again? Yeah, like he's like, he can be dangerous, that thing. But I can at least kind of control his pathing a little bit. The one that's shooting the spears at me is just shooting the spears from darkness. I'm guessing he's over there. Okay. Bow turns are very rude and dangerous. Yeah. Oh, there's multiple. Okay, that's real bad. Okay, well, I saw there was quartz down below us. Okay. Yeah, so there's a little tiny bit. Yeah, so let's just move on. This cave didn't really register as having any ore in it. I saw there's quartz down there, but that's not been a problem. And rather than bust down there for something that's not going to give me what I want. Okay. I actually have a bunch of quartz. The thing is, for the nicer windows, I need, wood. Like, wood, like, panel, or boards. Yes, those. Boards. Okay. So what I'm doing now is I'm running around looking for holes in the ground. Planks, yes. I mean, wood boards also make sense. Wood boards and planks are kind of the same thing. Okay. All right. Cave entrance. We've got one there. One here. Okay, everything's pretty awful down here, and it's not very deep. Cool. Alright. That's a bad dog. Real naughty doggy over there. Let's just avoid the naughty doggy. Okay. Yeah, so now we're just trying to run around, find cave systems, exposed rocks. Other place I could potentially find ore. You know, we happen to find berries or other goodies while running around. That's great too. It's also probably not a terrible idea if I see areas where I can potentially dig down to the stone level really fast. Just poke on down. Okay. Yeah, like all these like big hilly terrains. Yeah, over here we got... Oh, it's a boar. That's fine. Okay, we can probably make this work. Okay, so big area. There's 1, 2, and 3. I found very poor of only 1 material. Cool. Let's keep moving. Oh, I see. It's making the dot red if the materials there are kind of garbage, and then I'm assuming yellow when they're okay. And by the process that that's going, one would assume it would be like green if we actually get like a pretty solid hit. Okay. That's a giant pile of gravel there. Okay, so let's check again. That's one sample. That's 2 samples. And then 3 samples. Really poor traces of anything we care about. So keep venturing. Keep leaving pins on the map. Alright, I'll go as far as I basically don't see the pin anymore, and then we'll do it again. One sample. Two sample. And 3 sample. Very poor native copper and all that, so it's another pretty lousy one. Oh, we got a giant snow-covered mountain in the distance. Well, it's very poor for the whole area, and so it has an estimate of like how many blocks per 1,000, which very poor means I'll probably not find the copper before I'm out of equipment. The game, they kind of heavily implied you want to look for like mediocre amounts or better. Because I guess the idea is then you should have enough that you can probably find a couple of nodes here or there. Ah, there's an exposed rock surface. Okay, well, I'll mark that on my map. That looks like a death trap. Okay, so first sample. Second sample. That looks like quartz way down there. And then third sample. High native copper. We've got a winner. Alright, so let's switch you to this mode. Do we have a hit here? Very large amounts of quartz. Yeah, that's not surprising at all. Where from? I'm trying to make sure I have a way to climb back up when I get down in there. Okay, so it's way over that way. Can you pour gravel down to make a ramp? Yeah, if I got a bunch of gravel, I can make a ramp. Sure. No ore nearby. Okay. About right. Trace amounts. Okay. No ore nearby. Okay, that's our entrance into that cave system. Let's try to get a feel for the range on this. Kind of wish I had brought... I have another prospecting pick. So we've also got high. Okay, we got a painting, a ruined lantern, a full inventory. Okay, work on that inventory problem. So drop off. Peasant slippers. Okay. Okay, so what do we even have in here? I got brown coal and chunks of quartz. So let's ditch the sticks. Ditch that. Weird. Okay. No ore nearby. No ore nearby. Okay. let's try going down here and trying to use this sort of as a triangulation type situation. Where we'll prospect down here for the area. Very high down here as well. Oh, you just fall into the abyss. Hmm. No ore nearby. Could try to work my way down. Just gotta be careful, that gravel doesn't actually look like there's flooring underneath it. So my concern is if I try and walk on it, I'm just gonna fall into that tunnel down below, and then good luck getting back out. It goes down. It goes way down there. At least when it falls on you, it doesn't hurt that bad. I'm assuming you have the same problem where you can get buried. We get all the way down here and realize there's nothing I want down here. But this is the deepest we've gone. I'm curious to see where it goes. Go away. Was it worth it? Okay. Oh yeah, there's... Oh, that's sand. Okay. Could you... kindly piss off? I knew this was coming. I was just like, I don't know what to do. I'm in bad shape down here. Okay, so... grab 2 of you. I need to grab a branch. The real problem is some of that stuff might have fallen down the hole. I also just realized I didn't bring anything for lighting the torch when I make it. It's probably fine. Okay. But yeah, no, we'll probably need to come up with some healing. So far, all the healing stuff I've seen has been pretty involved, that it's been hard to come by materials. Now, that said, more than likely I've overlooked some pretty solid form of healing. I'm getting a little worried I'm going to have drop stuff down here and not be able to recover it easily. Let's try getting over here. Because where I was at was literally just going down, and the torch should make light. Where we're at there. Worst case, if it is really dark, I can pick up a stone, make a knife real fast, tear up some grass, and we'll be on our way. But for the moment, I'm just trying to get back into place as fast as we can. Now, regardless of, even if I lose the stuff, because the pickaxe and the prospector's pick are the only valuable piece of equipment I had, they're mostly spent. Yeah, now keep in mind, I'm trying to like figure it out as we go, so, you know, I understand people just want to be helpful. But like, if I haven't found it, I haven't found it. I'll need to stop and deal with it. Okay, so right now we're cutting across this way. Okay, so this is where we're going, where I was prospecting and finding nothing. Okay, so it shouldn't be too much farther, and I'm pretty sure where I died is pretty close to the entrance so far as horizontally. Vertically, it's way the heck down there. But with it being daytime, and with the fact that where we're at down there is kind of like just this big chasm that goes straight down, I feel pretty good about our odds of being able to just drop in here and grab my stuff. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that staircase right there is where I went down. Okay. Well, and I believe that's everything at this stage. Alright, is there something I want to discard? Honestly, that torch is a spare. probably could have stacked those. That sure goes down there. Let's see. Axe, knife, pick, shovel, this, that, there. Because my assumption is, getting down to this depth, we might be able to get some goodies. Because the area we're in is showing us having a lot of copper. You do just go down. They found surface copper? Previously, yeah. Like the area we're at right now, we prospected, it's like very high copper. And for the moment, I just found this gaping hole. I was like, alright, you know what? I want to see what's down the gaping hole. By that I mean I'm gonna break my pickaxe and have to work my way the whole way back up. Hey, what the heck did I get? Oh, it's a sand block. Alright, there's not really a good way for me to go that way, unfortunately. Not marking it. What it's marking is it's saying it's cracked. I haven't seen that do anything. But I also hadn't mined it till just then, so it's worth a test. Okay. I'm pretty sure we're gonna break this pickaxe and not have any copper to show for it. But still, I would argue that finding there is a location with very high copper, or whatever it was, I think that's a win. Even if I had to go back, grab another pickaxe. Yeah, gravity's unstable, but there it goes. I'm gonna hit one block here and just see if it says we got anything down here. This goes down. Needless to say, I don't think the copper's down here. Let's see, luckily on the normal game, only sand and gravel are unstable. You can choose to make it so cavey. Yeah, I saw that there was a setting for cave-ins. That's not what I should be using this for. Make a bunch of ladders? I would need materials that I don't have. Trace amounts of olivine or whatever. I'm hating that I'm using this as a pickaxe. Oh, that requires a tier 3. That's right, I had to rush down here because I'm being shot at the whole time. Okay, actually don't have loose inventory space for it. So be quick about it. Got an cave entrance. It's there. Actually, with our cave entrances, we're not going to go exploring it much. One sample. 2 samples. Alright. So basically, I've got a bunch of samples now, so my hope with that is because I've got a bunch of different samples and different generally in the area, and it kind of goes up and down with all of them, and they're all roughly the same depth, give or take a little bit. We should be able to use that to not triangulate like proper triangulation, but just get like a vague idea of, you know, is it more this way or that way kind of thing. And I suspect I was going way deeper than the copper can realistically happen, which is fine. It's kind of one of those things that wanted to do some discoverability. We hadn't gone that deep. It was like, alright, well, what's down here? The answer is lots of stone. Okay, so let's get home. But yeah, so the good news there is we found an area that supposedly has a lot of copper, like a lot of copper somewhere there. So now it's just a matter of figuring out where that vein of copper is in there and take advantage of it. Because it was pretty absurdly high. If you look at I think the highest one was 20%? Yeah, so you're at 23%. Okay. So yeah, so I'm glad we took those samples, because we look at this, it is just gradually getting higher and higher percentages the more I go down that way. So when we get our next pickaxe... Oh, right. I kinda wish I had kept my stuff for checking where I was making that mine for the bauxite. I said hot and cold game. Wouldn't be surprised if some surface copper area nearby tells you where the vein is. Yeah, well, my expectation is the copper is probably going to show up pretty close to the surface. I could be wrong, and don't spoil it. But my suspicion is, so like people have mentioned, it follows realism in a lot of ways, but also there's going to be a game balance aspect to it. It'll be somewhere in between those two. Okay. So I'm just putting pins where all the cave entrances are. Yes, it almost feels like it's worth taking your time. Like I said, go like a screen on your mini-map away from your previous pin. And as long as it's not too deep to reach the stone, get to a little stone, quickly do a prospect, you know, and just get, like, almost like a grid that'd be, like, copper, you know, whatever other, like, gallium or whatever. And kind of source it out. And then when you hit green pins... How do you feel about the crafting system, like the napping? I think it's good. I made the comment on the other stream that I think it's one of those systems that'll be a lot of fun for a while, but eventually you will hit the point where you're like, you know what? I'm real tired of this. Like, there'll definitely be a point that you're ready to be able to just, like, plunk it down and then just hold the button or whatever to auto-craft it kind of thing. But so far I've been very much enjoying it. It's specifically the napping and then, like, the clay napping. The other crafting hasn't really been remotely as involved, but I think that's the idea, is early game you use the flint napping and the clay napping. And as you go along you need a little bit less of some of that, because you're using, you know, metal tools at that point. Yeah, some more of my plants are turning brown. Okay. So we got a chunk of quartz. Got brown coal. Got a busted gear. Got ourselves a little painting to put on the wall. Got a lantern that doesn't work. We got some sticks, some bushes, and some stone. Okay, we got cranberry bushes. There's got to be something I'd use to just burn stone. Okay. Eight out of 9, 9 out of 9. Those are all at 8 out of 9. We've got a bunch of thatch ready. And I am deliberately not replanting these. Because if we look at it, we are in August, and my assumption here is that if I try and plant it now, it won't have enough time to grow before season's already done, kind of thing. Alright, so what I'm trying to do here is we just want to get all this thatch pulled up, because that lets me build out a little bit more of my roof. Okay. Yeah, we actually, like, we get a lot of thatch, but for a whole big field like that, it's surprisingly nowhere near as much as I'd be hoping for. Alright, so we go like this, and there's where we're getting out this round. And to cover up a little bit more of the gaping abyss that's up here. Okay. There's a little bit more of the roof up. Alright, so I've got 2 good torches in my inventory and 1 that is not yet going. For the one that's not yet going, we go ahead and shove that in the wall. That'll be one to light up whenever that's ready. We unfortunately may not have enough copper. No, I don't have quite enough copper for what I need. I'm close. Time-wise, it's only 3 p.m. So even though it's really dark, it's not actually late. So what I'm going to do is, while we have low inventory, I'm going to run down here. We're going to get ourselves a bit more copper, because we're close to what I need. But, yeah, so I'm going to need a new pickaxe, spear. I'm going to want to make that spear earlier rather than later. I've got all the stuff I need at home. Check the map. Yeah, down to the east a little bit more. Yeah, honestly, I think, like, if I were to play this off-stream, there would be the temptation to turn off the rifts. I'm willing to bet there's a lot more that come through the rifts than what I've seen, enemies-wise. Because, while, you know, sure, the enemies make for the threat in the game, fighting them's not very satisfying. Like, there's a couple of them that are pretty hard. But as far as stuff you get off of them, you get the gear things, which I don't really know what those are good for. I imagine they are pretty valuable because they seem at least moderately rare. The cloth feels like kind of a tease that I get the thread that I have to, or I get the twine stuff off of them that I make into the thread that I can then make into fabric. And that just feels a little bit grindy for not a particularly satisfying thing. Because the AI on them is pretty straightforward. They either A, they run at you. Pretty standard. Or B, they shoot at you from range. Again, pretty standard. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But, so far, it seems like kind of one of those things that it's just stat-wise they're kind of a threat. They move a little bit faster than you, they can hit pretty hard, that kind of thing. So, the combat side of things so far has left me pretty underwhelmed. To be fair, that's not entirely unlike how Minecraft I felt about its combat. It was like, it's there, it's fine, it's not bad. But it's also not going to win any awards that way. It's fine. Alright. But yeah, so I didn't keep enough copper for another pickaxe. I got another prospector's pick already made and ready. But the pickaxe itself I didn't. But I am still sitting on, I believe it was 85 copper in the, what is it? Crucible. I've got like 85 out of the 100 I need. So in theory, I really only need like 3 nuggets. I'm gonna grab extra because I'd hate to be like, oh yeah, I only need 3, and then, you know, grab 3 and get up there and then realize I actually needed 4. Yeah, there's a panning system. The panning system is a lot more RNG of just kind of waiting, like, processing and waiting for that. The comment is something they plan on working down the road. The game is still getting worked on. Yeah. Yeah, but my comment was more like, not counting on stream, because honestly, if I turned off the combat on stream, it shouldn't be this way, but genuinely the way it would kind of work is people would be like, oh, what are you playing? It's like, why don't I see any enemies? Oh, you turned them off? Leave. It's unfortunately just the way it is that if you do much to perceive to make your games easier, a lot of people, that's a deal breaker. Which sucks. I find games that are around being cozy or whatever are a lot more accepting of that. As RNG is panning, it's honestly more consistent looking for bits on the surface. Yeah, no, I could see that. Like, because the panning is actually able to get stuff, whereas when it came to just running around, at some point I had found like 2 pieces of copper and I couldn't figure out where I had found them. I was just like breaking rocks or something and it happened to like bump them while I was going along. Because also, you know, learning the game, not being super familiar with it. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna pick up this tile and that tile, and we'll probably head back. But yeah, no, it definitely feels like, the combat feels like early Minecraft, where you had, like, there was the zombies, there was the creepers, and then there was the skeleton archers. And I believe that was it? Because Endermen didn't exist yet. Those came later. There's definitely no Ender Dragon. Oh, there was the... Ooh, actually, I'm trying to remember when they added the Nether. Because it would have been like the Pigmen and the Ghastlies or whatever they are in the Nether. Either way, you get the idea. That, like, outside of the, counting the Nether and all that, way back then, the combat was pretty meh as well. You had zombies that if you knew what you're doing, you could just kind of keep smacking and not have any issues. And then the only thing that the archers would get you in trouble is occasionally they get a hit on you if you're not. Oh, this is a bad time for doggy. It is a bad time for doggy. And I haven't tested, but my assumption with the animals is if you skip terrain that's like you jump 2 tiles kind of thing, that the enemies would suck at that. Because it usually messes with pathing in a lot of games where you kind of jump the thing. Every time I like land where I stop for a second to hit a block, I just assume I'm about to die. Oh, we definitely don't want to die in the deep water. It's right behind me. Eh. We already learned that diagonal swimming is faster than you can normally swim. Okay. It's all fine. Okay, let's go ahead and figure stuff out here. So, first of all, drop off our quartz. That's a spare gear. We will want to get this fire started. Yeah, no, eventually you de-aggro it. Okay, alright, so it's 60 units. So I'm glad I grabbed the extra because I think I have exactly how much I need. Drop you off. For right now, I'll chuck the mushrooms in here to make them last a little longer. I will need those. In the meantime, I am blanking on what I need for that. Oh, spearhead. Okay. Okay, drop you in and you in. What I'm a teacher of? So I taught PC repair, advanced PC repair, and A+ certification in the university level. And then after that, I taught post-grad that I was teaching software development. I'm not actively teaching at this time, but teach software development, a whole range of technologies, everything from like C# to Java, Azure. Okay, so you got that. Let's see. Okay, we had exactly enough. Also taught like a bunch of stuff like, you know, just general professional skills kind of stuff as well. Cool, so we got the pickaxe there. I've got 2 spears, I've got 2 axes, I've got a spare knife, probably make a shovel. Actually, how many sticks do I have? Shovel. Okay. That's cool. You're starting out cybersecurity, going back to school for a certificate after 7 years in the workforce out of high school. Yeah, no, it's always a thing that you have to go back and get, you know, get your alphabet soup and all that kind of good stuff. Alright, so I'm missing tools here. Prospector's pick. The Prospector's pick, I should have a spare right there. Yes, I still got my hammer, I still got my spare hoe. That's cooling off. I'm gonna go ahead and sleep. But yeah, no, it's been rewarding, you know, I've enjoyed it. A medium temporal storm is approaching. Oh, stop your whining. He's all like, I'm starving to death. It's sad. My body is digesting itself. It's really unhealthy. what I'm gonna go ahead and do, I'm gonna not bother being efficient about this. Just go slam down 3 of these mushrooms really fast. Okay. Oh, right, it's raining. I'll just go back out. I want to hear a dog that close. Would you go away? I'm trying to enjoy a nice meal of berries. Okay, where's the rest of them? It's hard to tell what is and isn't ripe. Hey, would you look at those trees come along? Alright, so we're about to have one of these storms come in. This is like the second or third one we've had. Sir, I had my doors closed. Would you die already? Okay, so the stronger storms definitely give you more of this stuff. So it's good to know. Okay. The Xylo Drifters? Yeah, no, I figured as much when I had to, like, really go for it. Yeah, for those who don't get it, this is, like, kind of your dangerous event. But I'm pretty sure you can just kind of chill at home. So this awfulness is going around skipping everything and making it terrible. We'll just spend the cursed day. It's making a whole bunch of flint things. Because it'll save me doing it later. Yeah, there's I'm gonna turn it down, which was suggested to me earlier on. Okay. Glitch strength waviness. Let's turn that down to like 25%. Because I'm okay with having some waviness. But I was getting a little over the top there. Did the bar have room to turn it up as well? Yes. If you don't feel you've suffered enough, you may opt for more suffering. Yeah, so basically, I've got a heap of flint. We're definitely not going out fighting during all this. So I'm just making a whole bunch of, stuff for our tools and all that. Hey, Rachel Sweeney, how's it going? Okay. And just napping the whole glitch through. I probably should be making the bow as well. But this will also be good for if I get like separated from my stuff. You know, I can quickly grab a weapon or two, just do something. Okay. They're getting the heads up that we're about to finish with this. Okay, so we can only carry so many of those. Let's go ahead and make some spare spears. Alright. Zomboid Fog Day equivalent? I wouldn't say Zomboid Fog Day. It's a lot more 7 days to die-ish, just not quite as aggressively attacking you specifically. Alright. Oh, I meant to just stay home and hit rocks against each other? Oh, yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, no, I gotcha. So put the ore there. Okay, so got the prospector's pick and everything. Alright, so we are heading down there. And rather than popping back in at that spot, we're going to go on the assumption... Oh, I should probably bring a second torch, shouldn't I? We can get that sorted on the way. So I can go like this, and this. Now I get the cave, I can light that up. Alright. Yeah, no, it's very much like in Product Zomboid when you have like, oh, it's a day with a tropical storm, or like a very heavy storm or heavy fog day, and you're like, you know what I'm doing? It's time to, you know, organize my inventory, craft a whole bunch of sticks or whatever. Current rift activity is high. Now, I am excited in the sense that I did see what very heavily looks like teleporters. And that was the thing that I was kind of like, okay, as big as this world is, there's going to be some way we can travel faster. Whether it was like we can fly or, you know, whatever. Teleporter certainly fits that. That's a bar. Leave the bar alone. It's an angry bar that eats people. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Azrael, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a whole lot of simulation games like American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, Farming Simulator. You get the idea, that kind of games. We got a wolf down there. Yeah, go check him out. Playing some In Woods. I don't know that one. If you don't mind sharing, what is In Woods? How is it? That kind of stuff. This is definitely a different track than we've heard this whole time. And I'm not sure if I should be worried about it, or it's just the fact that we had, increased stuff pop up. Too hot, no sleep last night. Feel like poop. How's your day going? And In Woods is a roguelike survival game. Pretty simplistic, but also pretty fun. That's fair. Simplistic isn't always bad. Like, there are definitely games out there that they're like, this is the thing I do, and I do it well. What else do you do? That's not part of the equation. I do this thing, and I do it well. Then you get in, you have your fun, you get out. Like, Unpacking would be one I'd say that. They've got their game mechanic. They delivered extremely high quality. It's got some amazing environmental storytelling for a game that's about unpacking stuff as you move. And they do just the right amount that you kind of get in there, you have your good time, you get, you know, you get your story, and then it goes away. But now I hear you when I run to like the AC not working. It's just one of those things that's like, what is life? Misery. You know, pain, suffering. You can pay money for an unpacking DLC? Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, it definitely delivered. That was, unless something's changed, I remember people asking if the developer ever planned to add more, and they're kind of like, no, like, it was based off their real life world experience, or like, no, I've told my story. You know, this this delivered well. It's also fun to hear about some of the stuff that happened. Like, I won't spoil unpacking. I will simply state, there is a level where you move in with your boyfriend. And apparently, after the game came out, the boyfriend at the time called and apologized. I won't say more because that is a really good level, and there's fun and upsetting things in it. You know what? Growth and brew. Well, that's the kind of thing. It's you don't think about that stuff. Like, especially, you know, your first time having someone move in with you or vice versa. Like, especially if you've been used to having your own space for a long time. Like, you don't even think it's like, yeah, people have a lot of junk. Like, a lot of junk. And you don't realize it until you try putting the junk of two people in one person's space. And there's got to be some give and take there. Oh, but your stuff is there. To be fair, when I say junk, I'm not actually being like the person's stuff is junk. It's stuff you collect that you really don't need, but you know, it's cool, it's fun. Like, nothing wrong with that. But yeah. Conglomerate gravel. Oh no. You don't need 100 USB-C to C cables. Don't you though? Your junk is shrunk down to a single truck bed. Her junk, the rest of the house. For me the big one was when I was still like in college and all that stuff, I ended up moving around a lot. Like, not huge things. I just had like a bad luck with roommates where, you know, you'd have a roommate, they'd move in, immediately get fired from their job. And then you're like, well, crap. And trying to like deal with all that. You know, that kind of thing. It's just like unreliable roommate kind of things. And then one I came home was like, that person never cooks. What are they cooking? Oh, hills. Hang on. I need to not live here anymore because I'm not getting a felony on my record because, you know, my roommate lost their job and has decided to start producing things. And it was very much like immediately following that up, I just called my landlord. I'm like, hey, I need to move out. Like, what I gotta do to make sure this is on the up and up? Like, didn't explain the details why, because unfortunately it's just one of those things that if I lived there and they were present in the household, it is possible that I could get, you know, nailed with it kind of thing. So 28 ultra high. Alright, so we're still getting richer and richer so far as the possibilities of copper. Left an almost 10-year relationship, went from house only to a small room. Makes you value things a little different. Yeah, no, where I was going with this story wasn't actually to get to that part. But basically it bounced between a bunch of roommates. And what ended up happening with that was like the move before last. I was finally like, F it, I don't want to drag this crap with me anymore. And just took all sorts of stuff and just took it out to the dumpster and was like, well, not literally all of it. Basically gave away a whole bunch of stuff. That kind of thing. Okay, so good news is I won't have to go very far for this to work. Two samples. Oh, that's gonna need to be another tile over. And one more. Alright, so that's the first time we've been going in a direction that's gone back down. Hey, Snoot! Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. How was your stream? What were we streaming today? Can we get a shout out for Snoot, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform that I highly recommend checking out. Plays a whole lot of similar games to what we play here. Has done stuff like Product Zomboid, RimWorld, whole bunch of stuff. All that good stuff. So give me just a moment, we'll get that shout out over there. Against all odds, they called us live. Ah, so I'm guessing by that context, RimWorld. But yeah, so let me go ahead and fill this in. Okay, so give me 2 seconds to get you that shout out. Alright, and Snoot. For those who don't know Snoot TV, again, fantastic content creator. Plays RimWorld and a bunch of similar games to what we play here, so definitely someone to check out. And of course, that also means the inverse is true, where if they play a lot of similar games, like if I play a lot of similar games to them, then, you know, they must also play a lot of similar games to me. That's how that works. But yeah, so definitely go check them out. Good times over there. So yeah. Which means still no Odyssey recently until this colony ends. Gotcha. We'll just not go near the big vortex. Are shout-out mods only here? Yes. I've just seen where other people have had it where random viewers pop in and then do shout-outs for other channels like self-promotion. Yeah, you ban them and all that, but... Very interested to see Vintage Story. You always seen Killa play it. Yeah, Killa's played a bunch. I'm brand new to it. Alright, so let's go... So, with this one, we got that to 28% native copper, and when we went down there, it's 23. So we're talking this is the sweet spot here. I mean, it's honestly right where that vortex is where I really wanted to put down my next survey, because I'm trying to kind of triangulate where like the sweet spot to start looking is. Yeah, it's like literally right over here. Alright, so let's dig down here. You know people do it for subs. Yeah, no, every channel has to make their own choices. Like I said, I've unfortunately seen people who abuse it. Granted, I've not personally had a problem. But, you know. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, but yeah, so for those who don't know what's going on, we're playing Vintage Story. You might be like, hey, is this a Minecraft mod? No, it was once upon a time a Minecraft mod that kind of became its own thing. But it's like Minecraft if it got all sweaty and try hard. So like just surviving is pretty rough. And all of the crafting is like many, many, many layers more complicated. Like to give you an idea, just crafting a pickaxe took me an entire stream. And I still technically didn't finish it in one stream. It took me 2. That's just how much more involved it is. Alright, so let's prospect here. Okay, so 1. 2. So that'd be 1, 2, 3. Let's play it safe. $24, so this is a bit lower here. Alright, so looking pretty promising that this cave right here, which apparently has another one of the vortex things directly on top of it, is probably where we're ultimately going to be trying to find the copper. Okay, we can get some fairly easy access to the thing there. Okay. But yeah, so like, you know, Minecraft normally the way you'd start is like, you kind of get your basics, and then you slap some stone on the top of a stick, and you run down there, and you dig down till you find a little bit of coal and a little bit of iron, and then you can just kind of go straight from that to diamonds if you can find them. And finding diamonds isn't the end of the world. In this one, just making a pickaxe, I have to get a whole bunch of firewood, like a whole bunch of well, actually, let's go and actually do this in order. So I would need to first I'd end up needing to go through and just try and get our basic tools, which means I gotta find flint, and I gotta find some sticks, and I gotta take the flint. Well, actually, I can use stones, but you get the idea. 31% copper, but, so keep going this way. But, yeah, I'm gonna go until it starts going down. That's what I'm trying to do, is find that center spot. But so I have to find, like, the flint and all that kind of stuff. And you get your flint, you get your stick, and then you have to take your pieces of flint, you gotta bang them together so that you can nap the axe blade. Cool, so you make your axe blade. Fair enough. Not that big a deal. And then after you get your axe blade, you have to go up, cut down some trees, and by a couple trees, I mean devastate half of an ecosystem. And after you've devastated your ecosystem, you then turn around and take all of that, and you heap it all up into a big pile, you bury it underground and set the top on fire, and then quickly bury it, because you can't just burn firewood to smelt ore. It doesn't get hot enough. So 26%, so that's going back down. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we could check over here, but that to me is satisfying enough that it's going down there, so I'll check over here. But I'm willing to bet, just in that general area, that it's probably time to start hunting for ore. Yeah, let's go here. Oh, right. I meant to... Before we get involved in this, I'm going to need to, light this torch up. So we can see in the dark. Okay. Yeah, so what I'm doing right now is I'm just trying to figure out where an ore vein is. But yeah, so you go through this whole process, and you finally make this charcoal. Nice. Well, next you have to find copper. And that's way, way easier said than done. Because generally, if you're just trying to immediately run over and just snag the nearest copper or whatever, you're going to have difficulty finding it. Now, if you're lucky, you find a little bit of copper on the surface, things go nice and smoothly. But more realistically, you're probably going to do something like resort to panning or something like that, where you're just going to have to wait for like the RNG to be kind enough to give you it. Alright, so that's not far enough away. I have to go 3 tiles away. But, so you end up having to sit there and hunt for the copper. So 1, 2, 3, that's probably fine there. And so you find the copper, and you have to find like 20 of the nuggets worth of copper. 33.3. Okay, so you keep going this way. That's higher than what we found over there. Could you... Piss off, please. You didn't have to die, but you went up, snuck up behind me, and started deciding to smack me in the back of the head, and it wasn't very nice. But, so then you go through and you get all that, and you have to take that. Now, you also have to sit there and make a bunch of clay, because then you need to make a crucible. And then you have to go and take your charcoal and your crucible and your iron ore, and go through all that nonsense. And once you've got all that, then you're ready to start smelting. So you make a mold of the thing you're trying to make. You melt all your iron ore in the crucible. You have to make yourself a set of tongs so you can actually carry the crucible to pour it into the mold. And you get the idea. Like, I don't need to walk through all the stuff. That's just to make a pickaxe. Like, not even a good pickaxe. Literally just the first pickaxe in the game. And right now what I'm trying to do is I'm looking for a better source of copper. Oh. That's not good. I'm getting low on life. I continue running into things attacking me. And also, unlike Minecraft, I can't just throw some food in my mouth and I'm good to go again. Let's see, 34.44%?
Thank you MernusGamer88 for subscribing for 46 months. This either happened twice or 'twas the perfect overlap time LUL.
Hey, Mr. Nice Gamer. Thank you again for the tier 1 sub. You're 46 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. I do hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. I don't know. I think this is like the second or third time you've had that where you had like back-to-back month kind of thing.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
That's too far down there. All right. Okay, so getting more berries and all that. So what I want to find, I need to get down here deep enough that I find the stone layer. I can prospect again. I don't get why it's so much deeper here. Ah, there we go. This'll work. I'm hitting with the wrong tools. Like, this is not working. Okay, that's too close. Need to scooch a little bit more over. Okay. 1d6.3. Alright, we got a solid dip. Okay, so it's looking like this is our sweet spot right here. Because I can't imagine we go up here and find an even higher thing. I'm wondering if there's gonna be some like what is this vein we're seeing? Yeah, we go up here just a little ways. Let's find a spot we can set up here. Oh, crap. So the guys who spit spears at you. And it's almost midnight in game. So this is too far away really for me to do my tests. I might just do it anyways if I've got the exposed stone here anyways. %. Okay. Yeah, so this seems to be the sweet spot. Right here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Get you down here. Alright. So what I'd like to do is work my way back down here. So by these 2 pins, alright, next 2 pins, they turn almost blue. We should be able to go down here, and I'm going to kind of go somewhere like vaguely in between them, but closer to the one on our side, since that's the one that had the highest reading. So pretty much where that little C-shaped lake is. And we're just going to try and see if we can't get lucky. So let's change you to the local testing mode. Do you have... Ow! I'm getting pelted here when I try and go over there. Okay. Still being shot at every time we go anywhere near there. Okay. Let's run over here to be away from all that crap. Honestly, how far away is home? Okay. Again, we're trying to get down. I'm gonna go with this. X marks the spot. Copper. Yeah, because I'd like to get over there. And then start mining in general. There's a couple of things that throw spears at you, and they do a heck of a lot of damage that are making that difficult. It's rude that they keep all the copper to themselves. I know, right? It sounded like a cave-in. Ah! Please let me live. I'm deliberately standing out alone in the field. Ooh. Ow, I knew that was going to happen. Alright, well, we basically died directly on top of where the copper is. That's the one big benefit that we had from that. Alright. Take the torch. That's the reason I was like, ooh, is I saw loose copper sitting on the top. And if we see loose copper on the top, that usually means there's a copper vein right below there. And needless to say, if we're sitting there running around an area that says has like 30-something% copper in the area, why not sleep? I have no idea how the losing your stuff mechanic works. Whether or not time advances is while you sleep. I do know eventually your stuff vanishes. And then right now I'm at full health. And then plus, you know, when I needed to be sleeping, which is down there when it's low life, there was nowhere for me to sleep. Oh, don't rain and put out my torch. Oh, I weirdly glow, apparently. The glowing thing is probably a, probably you recently died mechanic. Mountain, cave entrance. I'm marking those as much when I'm running across the map. I'm marking places I could potentially fall into a gaping chasm. As much as I'm marking a place that maybe is worth exploring later. I'm not sure if that was a bear I heard or not. I'm guessing not, because I haven't been mauled to death yet. Okay. Let's get down to our body, collect our stuff. It won't be too much longer till it's daytime. And we did locate the copper. Like, I didn't pull it up out of the ground or anything yet, but where we saw that loose copper on the surface, I'm expecting a huge payout copper-wise. Remember how dark, how black, I mean, yeah. I've definitely been, like, in the basement when my torch ran out and just went, oh, everything is just utterly pitch black. Go around the water so I don't accidentally put out my torch. Okay. And I'll mark this one as well. Just all the gaping holes. You done some cave tours and now is turn the lights out to freak people out with the complete darkness? Oh yeah, no, like you don't realize it because even when it's quote unquote pitch black outside, there's still always a bit more ambient light than you'd really expect. But then when you know you're properly like underground, where genuinely there is literally no light, yeah, it is a different experience. Alright, we could probably run a little bit. Getting bright enough that I can actually see enough to run. And then on top of that, there is food on my body. Indeed, we're at full hunger. And I've got more berries as well. Alright, so we're getting closest to where we want to be. Like I said, as we're retreating away from the enemies, just trying to get someplace that I could hopefully just kind of wait out the night. Because I had food. Just didn't have health. Then I saw the copper and I stopped and I was like, oh wait, we want this. That's not even near, like, the really high percentage area. That's only where it's, like, 25% or so. But the good news, it's also a really flat area on top of that. Okay, so what we can do here is right on that icon, I'm going to do pickaxe. Pickaxe, copper, save. Eat some of this stuff. Okay, and from here... grab the copper off the surface. And unfortunately, my shovel broke. So we're going to go ahead and start digging here. The expectation is I'm going to find copper down in these hills. There's a weird squarish chunk of gravel over there. Let's go see what that's about. Oh, never mind. It looked like it's taller than it was. I was about to be like, what? Okay. So I'm gonna pick up all this. Unfortunately, didn't leave myself the materials to make a replacement shovel. The good news, I don't think I'm gonna really need the shovel that badly. We can clean this up and just go in there. Well, we did see copper on the surface, and there's supposed to be a really high percentage of copper here. It's supposed to be quote-unquote ultra high percent. We're going to start by digging this corner. Small amounts of native copper nearby, so there is copper close enough to be detected. So my plan here, I think, is going to be is I'm going to get this middle area opened, and we're going to make a ramp out of the hole so that the gravel doesn't wind up killing me. Okay. Okay, and with that, it's time to diggy dig. Because then the challenge is going to be, I'm going to dig down. I'm going to start hitting one side, and with the prospecting pick, we hit the other side and see what response we get. That said, I want to go at least down far enough that we're unlikely to have the... Never mind, it's right there. Hey, Night Dweller. Yeah, no, it does make it a little bit easier if you just find it immediately. And I'm just gonna go right here for no discernible reason and say, have you ever wanted a bunch of brick? There you go. Okay. And it does look like a lot of the ore kind of appears in layers. So instead of being like a clump of ore, it's kind of just this big kind of flat area. Number of times you had a cage match in this. Okay, so let's quickly go here with the low fertility soil. That's so I can get back out. Alright. Is there more ore here? Trace... there it is. Alright. Let's check again. Okay, so trace amounts. Okay. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to widen this out. And then we check the there. Never mind. I keep being like, let's just wind this up, and then I'll check the extremities. And the entire reason I keep saying that is the idea would be I would go to the extremities, and there's the possibility one side would be like, hey, there's copper over here, and the other side would be like, no, there's no copper here. Should probably just go ahead and prospect in the middle here. Because if it says no more copper, then we know to just not worry about it. No nodes nearby. Let's go all the way to this corner. And all the way to that corner. Alright. I would say we tapped that hole for what it's worth. And I'm assuming, let's check things. I also don't know if the wide area prospecting also updates. $32.5%. All right. Yeah, because this whole area is all like 30-something%. This blue clay. We'll go ahead and do... blue clay. Alright, so let's try digging down here. Just give a little poke there. Oh, I'm on the wrong sample. You know what? It's fine. I'll do this while I'm standing here. I meant to just take, like, the regular short-range sample. Okay. So let's check to see if this says there's anything nearby. No or nearby. Okay, and we'll check you. No ore nearby. I don't have the inventory space for that. Okay. Okay, so minor change to the approach. Because I'm not seeing any more surface stuff. That would be the thing that makes it really easy to find things. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go right here. I'm going to start making a little tunnel down on in. And we're going to start making mine shafts. I don't know if this is a good approach. It feels like it's probably not. But at the same time, sitting here just poking down also doesn't feel like it's a great approach. Let's just do the prospecting pick first. Okay, no stuff nearby. Okay. So I get a couple tiles below the surface. Don't have to worry about constant cave-ins. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose a direction towards one of these other areas that's very high copper rate. And then just start going to the side. I'll go one tile deeper. Okay, and let's make ourselves a little intersection here. Okay. So they should be in kind of the central area. Drake particularly think. There's new music, and the pick is almost on beat like 90% of the time. Excellent. As it should be. Okay, so this direction is probably the most in the direction of stuff. So I go like 3 tiles this way. I'm gonna use my pick and see if it says there's anything over here. Okay, so it says nothing that way. And I don't know if this is like a terrible approach or not. But we're checking. Because my hope is that it's got a decent range, like 6 or 9 tiles or something like that, where it doesn't take all that much for it to potentially pick up on stuff. We can go this way. No ore nearby. Okay. So it's like go like 6 this way. Because my assumption with the way I'm doing this right now, oh, that's helpful. That'll do. Okay. Let's quickly go here. And we're going to go ahead and mark this as a cave entrance spot. Okay. So looks like there's some quartz down there. Definitely more enemies down there. Ooh, not sure what that is over there. It might just be cracked floor, but that's at the discoloration I haven't seen in that quantity before. Oh, those are straight up spiders. They're not even eldritch horrors. They're just no, bad spider. Okay. Spooters stay down, no go up. Exactly. No up spooters, just down spooters. The thing I did notice is I can't loot them. I can push their dead corpses around. Oh, I hate it. I didn't see what the big thing was down there. Okay. Maybe that's the reason it has a copper volume of yes. That the... Can you mine them? Hey. Now it doesn't appear to be so. There's another one of the guys who shoots spears at me down there. Okay. Trying to clean a bunch of this up. So if any of that's lootable. Yeah, and I poked in like right by the top of this. I see the spear. Trying to throw that down the hole. Hey. Could you not be a jerk and throw a rock at me and then fall down the hole? I was trying to throw a torch down there. Still waiting for that spear to just come sailing up here and catch me right in the face. Okay, can we say heal? We can make that from linen. Linen. Yes, there's healing items, but I don't seem to have access to any of them. I say leave the area now until you get healed up. But I want the copper. Oh, I have a bunch of copper. Yeah, no, the prospecting has yet to say copper down there, but the area I'm in, it's saying like there's 32-something% copper here. Or what was it, 34 or something like that? Yeah, 34% copper here. So I suspect we're going to find copper around here somewhere. We did find one vein. No ore nearby. No ore nearby. Okay, and we'll mark this. Our cave entrance. Because that close range thing, I suspect, is fairly close range. I mean, at some level, you gotta do some exploration. Regardless, I've already got a lot of copper chunks. So even if I don't find more, it's already been pretty lucrative. Okay. But yeah, that was interesting that we found all those spiders down there. It was generally a rough time. You don't need the copper if you are death. Yeah, no, that it's fair. I'm just kind of in the I'm already here. I do think ducking out of that one that we had already found a bunch of dangerous enemies. That makes a lot of sense. But I would like to keep exploring. I also find it how wild that there's just these, like, straight down chasms. You can imagine if you run around and you're just going around way too quickly, you probably go right into these chasms way more often than you'd like. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to eat the berries. Okay. You refer to those as murder holes? It's fair. I always figure a place like this, though, is not a bad place to look for ore because you can, relatively speaking, check out a pretty large area relatively quickly. So you could easily get down the hole at a relatively rapid pace. And I'm willing to bet where we see this, like, change in the type of stone because of depth, I'm guessing, that we're probably reaching a point where what we can find especially since we dropped in and the music suddenly dropped. Okay. I don't know what that sound is, but I hate it. It's not music, that's an enemy. Alright, you gotta go, man. That... Okay, so it's entity sound. Yep. Mm-mm. That is a big open cave boss-like room with an incredibly loud enemy that's basically saying, you know what I'm ready to do? I'm ready to mess your face up. And I'm doing this with no armor, half health, and a bag full of copper. I am taking your well-broadcast warning game. Honestly, genuinely, obnoxiously broadcast warning. That is all of the warning signs you could possibly ask a game to give you outside of having, like, a flyby from the enemy. Or, like, you know, some red light shining at you. Yeah, and I was definitely like, okay, because at first people were like, that's music. I'm like, that's not music. It's changing direction as I rotate. That's some living thing. Yeah, and I've got it marked as the cave entrance down there. Oh yeah, I should probably mark that as... I think it was that one. Unknown scary thing? There we go. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones that's like, okay. Like, we fought the little spiders, and the little spiders weren't terrible. They were using up my spears pretty quickly, but, like, their damage wasn't awful. Oh, no, I doubt they're friendly. You never go, ah, it's a klaxon. Clearly, this is about to be a good time. Yeah, no, the point where I was like, I don't want to be involved in this is when I opened up the floor and it was just one giant open room with water around it and like an island in the middle. I don't know if that's like a set spawn to be like a boss room or it just happened to be the way it generated. But I'm like, alright, you gave me an arena. Like, I'm looking at this, and this is an arena. Like, when you got a thing that's playing like the big "you're about to have a bad day" sound, and then they give you an arena, and everything else, you're like, okay, hang on. Wait a second. It's like when you're playing a classic, you know, Super Nintendo, Nintendo shooter or whatever, and you walk into that room, and they give you, like, you know, just crate after crate after crate of ammo, and then, you know, a first aid kit, and you're just like, alright. Save point shows up, and you're like, hang on, wait a second. What's about to go down here? I'm taking my copper cash now. Yeah, no, if I didn't have the copper, or like, you know, like I had spare tools at home, I would have gone down there and poke it. Because, you know, what would I lose? But I'm like, alright, hang on. I got my copper tools on me. I've got my only copper that I just mined to replace those copper tools on me. I don't know where more copper is that I can just grab right now. This is definitely the game kind of giving me the shot across the bow saying, hey, do you wanna F around and find out? Ominous sound, boss arena, understood, have a nice day. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I'm down to go back there without all my stuff, just like drop in there with a torch and a spear and just see how it goes. That I'm down for. But let's not lose a giant pile of materials that I don't know how I can easily replace for science. I will say, to the game's credit, I've never had something in Minecraft that made me go, it's time to nope out. It's time to exit stage left. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely been times where I'm like, oh man, I'm down to one hit and there's this stupid Enderman who will not get off me. Like, there's definitely those things. But there's never been just, I hear the sound of an enemy and it's like, no, I gotta go. Like, don't get me wrong, you'll hear like a creeper, but usually it's you gotta have cat-like reflexes or things are about to get bad. Assuming you hear it before you see it, I'm referring to. If you see it, it's not that big a deal. Yeah. Like, yeah, no, that's, yeah, Minecraft is more like annoyance horror. That was straight up. Tara's like, yeah, no, it's definitely like, I don't see the threat. All I know is I hate whatever it is. This is a frog and bright color to ward off predators stuff, yeah. And you're definitely looking like, nope, nope, I could do without that in my life. Whatever is on the other side of that noise. Long, happy life. Not being involved. It's also probably good because my food supply is getting low. Turns out the enemy's only defense strategy was giving headaches with the noise. Yeah, that was the other thing. Like, low-key from the content creator side, I was like, alright, this is a really obnoxious sound. Oh, it's a burnt-out torch. Okay. Yeah, that's where we were going to originally set up our base way back. Yeah, considering, like, how dangerous the wolves and the bears are and how subtle they are, and how, like, a lot of the really, the other really dangerous enemies are fairly subtle, and for something for them to be like, no, wait, we need this, we need this enemy to, like, widely broadcast its position to, so players have a chance to react to it. It's like, alright, what's this thing gonna do? It's gonna shoot bears at me? It shoots bears that shoot bees. Calm down, Satan. You didn't need to go that hard. Alright, how am I doing this? Let's see. So we get the rusty gear over here. Thank you for stacking that high. We could drop off the rope over there. Honestly, for right now, just take all that. I'll sort that out later. Or now's, I guess, fine too. Okay. So you got all that filled up. We got these. I've got some bushes to drop off. What I wanted to do is clear up some inventory space. So you go like this. And plunk you on the wall so that I've got light in here again. Okay. Got a couple cranberry bushes. I didn't mean to chuck them on the ground, but that's fine too. Got the red currant, which is over here. Okay, and we got black currant, which is way over here. I see I've got a small army of berries ready right there. I prefer not be numbed by the pupper. Yeah, I think the next time I make a place like this, I am leaving a gap in between these. Having this like these 3 wide solid grids makes it real hellish to try and figure out where stuff is. Okay. Alright, so from here, grab those. Smash. Put that back. Alright, so what are we making now? So we're probably going to want a new pickaxe and a new prospector's pick. How much of this do we get? Let's see. If it's 5 units each, that's somewhere in the area of 450 units. Plus... Is there nothing... Oh, that's right, I emptied exactly. Alright, is there another tool I should be making? We could work on... Well, I don't really... It'd be nice to make the anvil, but that thing's like 450. Now, I'm concerned about actually making some of these other things, like the axe and all that. They would be nice to have the upgraded ones, but I want to avoid using copper for that if I don't need to. Alright. Okay, let's grab the copper. Chuck it over there. Is there anything else I should make? Now, we did loot a copper spearhead, and that worked out really well for a while. And then I didn't have it anymore. And that was sad. We want... shovels. I'm going to want spears. Axes I've got a spare. I do not have a spare knife right now. Okay, so that's overkill on the tool front. I got 4 spears, I got a spare axe, a shovel, and a knife. Let's go ahead. I don't really need that. I keep carrying it around with me. I don't need it 90% of the time. And the fire-making thing I can't do, I think, but it's good to have that on me. Oh, do I have... more of the orange brick here anywhere? Okay. It's still a couple blocks of brick. Oh, actually I stash it away. Yeah, give me that back. You can have the clay. You can have this. Okay, drop the dirt in there. Drop the brick in here. Okay. And I also have these down here. Oh, you take your own you take your own spot. I'm assuming they won't all stack in one. Oh, they will. Okay, thank you. I have to figure that out later. Huh. There's like a plug or something I can add. Alright, so. with that, we're ready for this to get going, so we can grab the pull out of here, drop it in there, give it a light. Alright, and bear with me for just a minute, chat. I need to stretch my legs and grab myself a new drink and all that stuff, but I'll be back here in just a minute since we're on this ad break anyways. So thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So we'll pick up where we left off, get some more stuff forged, and go from there. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Or whatever. No wonder I couldn't pronounce. It's a made-up name. So it's Ashley or whatever, and in fact it's actually Ashley. That... For the record, I have not seen this, like, I've seen the intro screen and that people did it, but I have not. This was actually just a very funny coincidence. You know for a fact it's actually Ashley, but she had to add the extra letters to make herself feel better than everyone. And this is an impronounceable mess, so, you know, Ashley it is. I appreciate the love. But you are actually starting to... I'm gonna have to put the wood axe down for a minute. You're giving me so many weapons, I'm being... Oh, goodness! Alright. Undead Baron. Getting their sweet, sweet justice. Alright, so that's the first death. On the wheels, on the wheels. Yeah, we just turned around. Is that not how you turn around? That is the OSHA approved method of turning your vehicle around.
Oh no. Are we still good?
It's holding.
Why did it shift
a
like
weird
that?
Delay of physics. No. All right, and we're back, and we're making molten copper. Okay, so prospector's pick, a regular pickaxe. Is there any of the other ones we want to do? So I've got enough for 4 things. I could potentially make the shovel. Is there anyone? So I still don't know the Lamniel. Let's see. 1 second. The game should be paused. I'm looking at this. Storable on vertical racks. Right. Lamniel mold. What are you? Lamniel. Copper Lamniel. Oh, it's for making like skills armor. Okay. And how much of that do you need? So 3 of that and leatherworking. And that'll give me 75% protection. Okay. So we definitely want to do that at some point. I don't think I want to do that yet. So yeah, the axe mold and the Falk's blade. I'm pretty sure the Falk's blade is a scythe for like farming. Or well, actually, I'm not sure. Oh, no, it's a special weapon for fighting... Huh. So it's a weapon for fighting all these weird enemies that we're running into. So it's a tier 2 weapon. Alright, well, let's plan to make one of those, I guess. Do I want to start the process of making the lamb meal? Probably not yet. Probably want to get the anvil first. So let's also see. With this, fired croc. So you can do beeswax or honey. Used for long-term storage of cooked meals and pickled vegetables. Cannot be eaten from directly. Use a bowl and all that. Fill with the same manner as a bowl. Seal with fat or wax using the crafting grid. I see. So the idea would be is I'd put something in there, and then I could get, you know, wax or whatever, and then once I've done that, it lasts for a long time. Is there anything else I can do up to 4 things? Helve hammer mold. What is a helve hammer? All I know is it doesn't list copper as an option. Attack range 3 meters. I'm assuming it's just a big bunker. A big old bunker is what I'm guessing. Yeah, so get these 3, and then hopefully we can find a solid vein. And then with that really good vein, maybe we'll be able to get enough copper that we can, turn around and get the, words are hard, chat, get the anvil made. Because I'm assuming that's the thing holding me back right now, is that my next thing... Oh, hush, pupper. Don't make me come out there and die horrifically at you. What? Okay. Don't make me come out there and die horrifically at you. I'll do it. I've seen true fear. I heard the screechy, loud noise from underneath the ground. I know what true fear is now. That we heard the big madge sounds, and then we promptly tucked our tail and ran for the hills because I had entirely too much stuff on my person that I needed. That said, down there is where I think we could potentially find that copper. I mean, that particular one that we had like the horrible boss sound, I think that's actually too deep for copper. I don't know that for a fact, so don't spoil it. But the other one where we heard all the spider things, that seemed like... Oh, you startled me, character. That seemed like the appropriate depth for a lot of that. It feels like it's taking you way longer to boil. Maybe it's just the volume? Okay, and you still have 180 units. That's fine. So let this sit there. Alright, so the unfortunate thing is I won't get to use any of that right now because they're scalding hot. Goodbye, door. Okay. Those are coming along, but they're not ready yet. Checking all the berries and all that. There's apparently one white currant bush in there that accidentally got mixed in. Easy way to open doors, just remove it. Yeah, no, it's apparently a thing that's just like a reason to not use the like beginning door. Is just the fact that it kind of ejects itself every time you... Not every time, it ejects itself random chance every time you do that. Okay, so we got the rise ready. Or not the rye, the flax. We'll come back to that in just a second, actually. That low? Oh, that's so much. Why would I even bother fighting the enemies to try and get this? Like, instantly a full stack. I can actually do stuff with that. Okay, so we check this. You can take the flax fibers, and pretty much the only things it has, you can make candles. Oh, I'm willing to bet the candles, the whole big thing, is they stay light for a long time. Linen fiber pulp. Yeah, we're not doing that. We got flax twine. So flax twine is used for a lot of things. This is honestly good news. I can do a lot of stuff with this. So there's your seeds. Oh, take you back, drop you in. Oh, did I... Inventory problem is a problem, man. Right. So let's drop this coal off. You're still too hot? No, you're fine. Oh, wait, no, you're not. No, you're not. There you go. Let's grab you and you. Okay. So we have a bunch of threads. So let's look at what we can do here. So, with the thread, I can make it into fabric, if needed. And we have a bunch of kind of crappy armor we can have, like, whatever. We have saddle pouches I can't do. Blacksmith apron. That requires leather. That's not going to happen. That's going to be leather as well, leather as well, leather as well. Saddle blankets. Okay, we've got the bow. So the bow is 3.25 piercing damage for just a simple bow. Versus, what the heck is my spear? 5 piercing damage when thrown. I guess attack power -2. Attack power -1. Okay. What's it take to make an arrow? Crude arrow is a flint head and a stick. Okay. Requires a bowyer trait. I don't have a bowyer trait. Otherwise, we need feathers. And that's -0.5 piercing damage. Break chance on successful impact. Okay, so we could potentially make arrows. And then feathers, I just gotta murder birds. I do think that's worth checking out. So let's check again at what type of bows we have. Okay, I'm assuming the recurve bow, really fancy stuff. I make my bow out of raw bushmeat and bones? Okay, that's certainly a choice. I make that bow of lumps of fat. Okay, so that's going to be where we're at. So 3 twine, 3 sticks. Alright, so we have to go get sticks. And you're still cooling down. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing as well. It's just like a generic catch-all kind of thing. Let's wait to do that, because I'll need the inventory space. Alright. Now, I've got some feathers laying around. So I'm going to need to go out of my way for more feathers. Okay. Let's switch to one of these ones. We'll get rid of first. Those can stack. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We officially have ourselves a simple bow. And we can figure out what's next. Alright. So other than that, wooden bucket requires planks, so don't worry about that. A sieve. Okay. Requires planks. I'm assuming a sieve would allow us to deal with sand way faster. A sewing kit. It can be used to repair clothing by 75%. A plumb square used for reinforcing blocks. Okay. A sturdy mining bag requires leather. A mining bag requires metals I don't have the ability to make right now. A linen sack. I can make the linen sacks to increase our carry weight by 1 per, so I could get 4 extra carry capacity, which honestly might be worth doing. I can also pursue making... clean bandages, which is certainly worth it, but then I have to worry about all that stuff. And then this cloth. It requires me to make actual, like, bolts of cloth. Which requires more material. Yeah, so it can make armor. It's not amazing. Is there a backpack? It requires leather. And leather is very involved. Alright, so I mean I can make fabric armor. I see what's happening. Those still have items in them. Alright, I don't... Okay. Cool. All right, so we got these empty. Oh, it's 2 slots extra. Yeah, so I definitely want those. Okay, so the hand baskets I'm probably done with. I believe I can do something like this. Okay, inventory size upgrade. I don't know why I have this crucible. Must have accidentally picked it up. Okay, so let's go over here. We're probably going to stop using those flint spears entirely soon enough. Yeah, no, it definitely doesn't give you that much of your material back, but honestly, it's fine. So you need the knife down here. We got all the rest of that stuff. We're not panning for things right now. Okay, so the next contestant is in here somewhere. I've got feathers. We got a copper arrowhead. Got that. That makes 1 arrow. Gross. Okay, and how many would you have? Flint arrows, and I got 8. So I'm going to need some arrowheads. Let's grab you. Okay, at least you make them in batches of 6. Okay. So we are going to need to hunt birds. To stock up some of our arrows a bit. Because then it's just sticks and all that to get everything sorted. And my hope is my moving over to the bow, they'll have way better success in fighting things. Just, you know, range being a thing. Alright, so I got those. Okay, so I need sticks. We can go ahead and chuck you in here. And I need sticks for that stuff as well. Now, one of my understandings is I can apparently take off these branches and use those branches to plant more trees. I'm going to let them grow more. And then we can work on that. Okay. Then grab you. Let's see, do you have to do that clicking every single time you make arrows? If I'm making them out of flint, yes. Because that's just flint, you gotta bang them around. Meanwhile, if I'm making them out of metal, I would just have to pour them into a mold. I'm assuming. If we make them out of metal, it's much worse. Oh yeah, no, it's not a mold. I'm assuming we'd have to, like... I mean, in real life, you'd probably put them on a smith to shape them, and then you need to grind them to be sharp. Which is probably the consequence of doing the bow, is it's just more time consuming to do this. Okay, so I've now got the copper phalanx, which is supposed to be a sword for fighting all sorts of unnatural things. So we'll use up our spears. And then that can fill the gap. Yeah, no, that flax is a really good thing. Just the fact that it gave me all that material. Alright, there's the prospector's pick. There's the spare pickaxe. Okay, let's go home and drop spare stuff. Did you just cast so far, or did you just cast so far, or did you do some blacksmithing too? We have made some. Oh, when you're saying black blacksmithing, I don't have an anvil yet. I need to get more material. All right, so let's see here what stays and what goes. First of all, I don't need 2 things for starting fires. We can drop that off. I got a couple of arrows. These will probably get broken. I've only got 1 spare axe. The spears I've got more than I need. That's a big thing. We got more of these than we need. The sticks, I kind of want to hold on to those with this. It's amazing. I literally just added like 4 extra tiles onto my already limited inventory, and immediately I can't handle my inventory. Okay, so we probably don't need this many spears. Well, let's go start murdering animals. We'll start with that. And we're primarily going after burbs. It also makes me wonder. No, I don't want that. You're the bow and arrows, the spears are gone? Yeah, I mean, that's definitely not a wrong idea. Okay, we got another cave entrance. My thought here is I'm going to go out of my way to fight some stuff, and I'm probably going to break these weapons. There's that stupid bear that's always here. Now, I don't feel like my very first use of the bow, where I get have to like kind of hone in what the range is, the angle, the arc, all that stuff. Probably don't immediately open up on the bear that 2-shots me. Especially since I have a very limited number of arrows. I'd rather find some chickens, kill a chicken, get a handful of feathers. Now, I imagine there's probably some way to domesticate the animals. So, like, get the chickens, start breeding them kind of thing. No, I haven't prospected around here either. I was hoping it wouldn't be so deep dirt. Hey, Tiny Toxic. How's it going? I missed where the first one went. Well, we got rid of one spear now. That spear was low damage. It probably just already broke. Nope, there's another cave here. I'll call it a cave entrance. It's more of a ditch, but it's enough that if I'm running across, I'm going down in it potentially. One, two, three. And survey says utter. Well, actually, it says high lemonite. Lemonite. I don't know what that is. It's high at 2%. Oh, did I not? Yeah, no, I gotta replace those pickaxes. Let's actually figure that out. So it was limonite. Okay. So let's go see. It's limonite. So I got it right. Have you heard limonite straining on a gate? You're not sure what that is? Yeah, so limonite is gonna be for something. I mean, obviously. Yeah. Okay. No, I don't need it like fed to me. Where? You can take some hits, dear. Limo, not lime. Gotcha. Where did you go? I think you went off to the right. Oh, no, there you are. Hope we get stuck in more terrain. We can stick you with the spear more. It was like Rimworld, it'll bleed out. That would be convenient. I'm assuming flint spears are just not the weapon of choice for hunting white-tailed deer. I do appreciate that after like you injure it, it rushes you and it does like little damage before it like runs away again. Okay. Should I be hunting this deer? Probably not. Am I burning a lot of time hunting this deer? Yes, I am. Have I actually lost track of the deer entirely? You betcha. It's okay, we're sort of ish going in the right direction. I gotta imagine having, like, a spear hooked at you, considering the amount of momentum it carry, because, you know, it's got, like, a whole big, you know, there's the big wood shaft and, like, the pointy bit on it and everything. I wouldn't imagine you get slapped with a spear and to be particularly happy about the whole thing. Oh, I see what everyone's saying. Oh, I thought you were trying to correct my pronunciation. Limonite nugget is pulverized into crushed iron. Okay. That's good to know. So that says it's a high amount at 2%. 2%. By comparison, the place we're looking for copper is 34%. Yeah, no, that was the thing. It's like, oh, am I just mispronouncing it? Okay. Like, I'd like to get that right. I really like that mountain out in the distance, and I know sooner or later I'm going to be messing around with it. Per milli is the 0/00. Yeah. Yeah, it's not 2% of all blocks are going to have it and all that. But, basically the game, what it says to kind of imply is just, if it says high, it means that's what you're going to get so far as, like, if you're looking for iron, it's going to be about as high as you're going to get for looking for iron. Well, not as look as you're going to have, like, very high, but you get the idea. Oh, and we got another cave. And while we're here... One... Two... Decent copper. Not too surprising, we are going to where we saw all the copper. You're so mad, somehow your portable drive corrupted some of the application on it, and you can't use them? It's no fun. I'd actually hoped to find some chickens along the way, with the intention of killing some chickens to get more arrows. Okay, so let's not go down to the murder cave, where we effectively had boss music. Or not boss music. Like, the music went silent, and then we heard what sounded like a klaxon, and it was moving around, and there's this big open boss room looking area. I'm like, I don't know what's down here. What's down here is not a thing we're exploring further. And I believe this is the area. That chicken, not the smartest. And suddenly, just like that, I have a bunch more arrows somehow. Hmm. Was this the cave we went into? I think this is a cave that has like two sides to it. Or not that it maybe cave. Oh no, here's our entrance. Yeah, so we saw spiders down here. So the anomaly-ish stuff is relatively calm today. Okay. And last time the spiders didn't cause us much grief. But there was a guy down here throwing spears at me. Oh, there's so many of them. Okay, I'm down to fight them. Okay. Okay. Alright, so I really wish I brought stuff to heal with. The chance to make like 4. Okay. It's struggling a bit. I want to see if I can't get that thing to come after me enough that I can fight it. Oh, it's one of the spear throwing things. That's the same thing that pushed me away last time. Because they hit so hard. That's probably me dead. I turned the wrong way. Okay. Just trying to see. Oh, wait, no, I had to make thread, and then I could make it from the thread. I can fight for thread, but I'm losing health fast. So it's calm. No ore nearby. And no ore nearby. No ore nearby. That sucks. I'm gonna need to start collecting healing stuff. I'm gonna have any staying power at all. I'm gonna have to. Okay, there is lead nearby. I don't really have a big use for lead, but it's at least something. And it's something I can do while we slowly heal up, maybe. No. Making sure I have a way to climb out. Okay. So let's start. Okay, so this said there was a decent amount of lead nearby. Medium amount of quartz and lead. There's the lead ore. Okay, and we'll check again. Okay, still medium amount of lead, small amount of quartz, so the quartz is the other way. That seems dangerous, digging up underneath gravel. Okay. Not loving this digging up for the lead. This feels like a real fast way to get a cave in of all that gravel up top and just get myself pinned in. Alright. Let's see if we got more lead hanging around here. Small amounts of lead nearby. So it's mine over in this direction. And see if it says medium on this side like it's been saying. Trying to just figure out which way I should be digging. Trace amounts of copper, small amounts of lead, and trace amounts of quartz. Okay, that's encouraging. And we can say with a certain level of confidence it's in this direction. Okay, and let's see what it says, because we still don't know if we're going in the right direction or not. Trace amounts of the lead and the copper. I'm assuming it's just like a couple of nodes of each. Okay. No ore nearby. Alright, so let's try going this way instead. And see, we don't manage to find some more ore in this direction. Okay, so that's just a bunch of gravel. Go ahead and pull up this piece and see what it says. Medium amounts of copper, trace amounts of lead. Oh yeah, that's what we wanted to find. Okay. So I want to make sure we have room before we hit the copper. There's copper in them walls? Yup. That's the whole reason we headed down in this direction in the first place. Okay, so at the moment, I don't want those blocks. I want these blocks. I want these blocks. Give me that copper. Oh. There's more copper down there. So a decent amount of copper to sit there and work through here. Okay, we got this one down here. Okay, let's see what this says now. We do this again, because it was at medium. I do see there's more copper down below us. I'm just curious if we're going to see, like, it say anything better. Small amounts of copper. So I think it is literally just these veins are kind of going along the side here. Maybe we'll see, like, 1 or 2 spare bits as we move along. I say as we just keep finding more and more, which I am A-okay with. Alright. It almost feels like it should be testing this way, because I would expect to not find that much. Let's see what it says now. Still says small amounts. Start working our way down to the nodes down below. I don't trust the gravel, so I'm gonna go just a little bit. Alright, there's gravel all around. Oh, that's not gravel. Requires a tier 3 tool to break. Medium chunk of galvanite. Oh, it's what stone I pulled it out of. That's the variation. Okay. All right. Very large amounts of olivine. And we'll add another marker right here. Olivine. Yeah, I can't mine that yet. I'm guessing the copper is still in this area somewhere and not farther down. So it's, yeah, I was gonna say, let's widen around where we had already mined copper out. See if we can't figure it all out. Okay. Medium amounts of olivine, that's fine. So keep mining all this out. Because we are finding a decent amount of the copper. Whatever's on the other side of the wall, can you calm down over there? I keep sort of expecting just... Okay. Do we want to mess with that? Let's quickly take a check. On the copper situation. Trace amounts of copper. Okay. I'm guessing we're getting to the end of the copper in the area. That's one of the things that shoots the bolts. Okay, we had copper down here too. Sounds like the nether's behind that wall. Pretty much. Yeah, so still trace mounts. So I need to get out of here because we're very low on food. And home is nowhere nearby. But we did get quite a bit of copper. Okay. That's not the right way. Alright, so we're on our way back home. We got some arrows. All that good stuff. I'm about to start starving and I don't actually have that much health. We could probably make this work if I could free up some inventory. So what I need to get some grass, chop down a tree, toss down some logs, we can cook the chicken. Because normally I'd want to run back, but we're a long way from home and we're low life. Come on. Okay. I should switch the torch to our hand and just use that to light the fire. Could die because I'm busy fussing with this. Come on. Alright, that's gonna be close. As soon as that bar fills, food happens. Meanwhile, have all the firewood because I'd hate to run out of firewood in the middle. Actually, put you back in this hand, get you in the inventory. It's gonna be as soon as it cooks. I need to eat. Let's see, I want a rogue chicken to come up and peck you for like 1 health. Just like Legend of Zelda chicken shenanigans, where everything's fine, this chicken just rolls up and just demolishes you after you've killed a couple. Okay, so it's not that much food, but it's still gonna be like 4 bars of food. And instantly get like 52,000 clips. Honestly, knowing this channel, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of times like big things can happen, but people hard lurk, which is totally fine. But a lot of times people miss whatever happened and have to have it repeated to them, kind of thing. But yeah, no, definitely a very clippable moment. You're not wrong. But it has to do with like the hours I stream, all that. It's not me complaining or anything. I know a lot of people call their night to my stream. You know, let them go full snooze. Can you make traps? Yes, you can make like box traps and that kind of thing. I actually did hit it. I lost traffic, which is totally fine. We're just making our way home because we're all injured. Yeah, so I'm going to need to grow lots and lots and lots of flax. Because that's what gave me all the thread. And that thread I can use to make medical stuff. It's only 3 health per medical thing from the looks of it. I don't know if I get multiple usages or anything like that that could potentially add more value to it. I keep trying to like hold right click and then left click like you do, you know, when you're playing, you know, Skyrim or something like that. And it messes up my timing because I'm expecting it to throw, and then I let go of the right click so I can start moving again, and then they throw it. But that raccoon can get away. Might be useful in winter. Don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. They're in September now. It's almost winter. Okay, we got more seeds for next season. Joel Ember is behind us. Yeah, the classic RimWorld things. Joggist and all that. Okay, is this in our cave down? Yes, it is. Oh, calm down, thing that spits spears at me. Okay, and that's another cave entrance. Okay. Spit spears? Yeah, there's one enemy that throws spears at you again and again. But it looks like it comes from its mouth. Honestly, so far I would say they've been the most dangerous enemy I've actually fought. Hey look, there's a bear chasing a rabbit. That's that same bear that's been chilling up here this whole time. Or not, that's a different bear, because I got a bear right here. I lost track of this bear. I'd rather go after the bear I don't see than after the bear I'm honestly concerned about. Okay. Trap the bear in a hole and then put pincushion it. I imagine that's something you probably could do. Is there's probably ways you can get stuff to go into pit traps and all that. Like, honestly, probably one thing I could also work on if I wanted to truly work on the defenses of my base, just basically make a moat. Like, no water, just like a ditch around the base that's, you know, 4 or 5 tiles deep. Okay, drop off the seeds. Okay, we need more sticks for that. We can get more blocks now. Oh, so we got more brick we can put down to keep working on the place. Oh, I put out my torches on accident. Okay. So grab one of these and shove it on this wall. Keep that area lit. You can go in my inventory for right now. I've got more bones to drop off in the appropriate box. Got more of the string. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab our hammer and start smashing these chunks. So I've got these chunks of native copper. Bam. And this chunk of native copper. Bam. And then the iron. Bam. And put you away. Alright, so it's another 105, and then we got 64 more of this. Yeah, so I got a pretty big amount of iron that building up. Meanwhile, if we look at our tools, I've got a spare prospecting axe already. Our pickaxe, which is in the wrong slot, it's in perfectly good shape. And where is our firewood being stored now? So drop you in there. We got gravel. Okay, so need a bunch of sticks for arrows. And we're down to our last spears. Yeah, our last spear. And then we'll switch up our weapons. Okay, 8 out of 9. Yeah, imagine hitting the end of the season, so a lot of these aren't going to be growing. Okay, is there more in there that are ripe that I can see? Not looking like it. Okay. So I got a bunch more berries to tide us over for a while. Which is good, because we're slowly getting into the winter, and I'm managing to not use my grain. Which really makes me happy, because I have no idea how much it's going to take to get that sorted. I planted all these thinking I was going to need all the reeds, and I'm sure I will. But at the moment I don't. I don't really want to take up a ton more inventory for it. Okay, so we put you here. Okay, so let's try and get some branches. Because we got a bunch of feathers. Because it does seem like killing a chicken gives a bunch of feathers. I think the way I'm going to treat these trees, I'm going to wait till they have their harvest. And then once I harvest the berries off them, like once per year, I'm going to cut away the branches, because apparently you can replant those to get more trees to get an orchard going. So what we're looking for is branches. And replant any seeds we get. How long is a vintage year? I don't know offhand. And people are welcome to share that, because we've been going through that if you figured that one out. Like that's not backseating or whatever at this point. Because we're getting ready to get through, I think it was, they said 9 days a season? Or 9 days a month? I don't remember. It is cool seeing that, like, it is slowly transitioning to fall. Alright, so we got more sticks than I have feathers. Okay. My question is, are there trees true to seed? So I know I can get seeds for like pine trees and oak trees and all that kind of stuff. As far as like apple trees and all that, it seems like the way you do that is you do cuttings. They don't do like the whole where you can pull like, you know, bury an apple or whatever, get the seeds out of that and replant it. They do cuttings where you like cut off a branch of it or whatever and get it to root. Which I actually have no idea with a lot of those ones, which ones can and can't do that kind of stuff. Because there are definitely plants, like I know raspberries, blackberries, all those, the vining plants. I know those you can cut a vine and, you know, take that to another location. And as long as you know you properly take care of it, you can grow a new vine off of it and have yourself like a brand new plant. They're not true to seed. Gotcha. For dinner. Where was that rooster? Once again, I attempted to throw it. 108 days per year. Gotcha. Alright. Give me that sweet, sweet rooster. Who's next? Where I must feed. You're lucky this whole area is so overgrown that I cannot figure out where you ran off to, bird. Alright, and we will just mark that cave here. Alright, so I lost the bird somewhere. And pretty soon it'll be too dark for me to keep hunting. There you are. Okay. Well, no idea where my spear went. Should be around this area somewhere, but... Oh, there it is. So I aimed way higher than I thought it was. He just saw you down here, bird. Some critters moving over here. Alright, let's start heading back. I did manage to get ourselves another one. Like I said, it'd be interesting to start, like, figure out how I could potentially pen the birds, let them breed or whatever. But just every so often go in, get rid of one. I don't know how much this game supports. I'd be surprised if there wasn't any kind of, ranching, wrangling, whatever you want to call it. I'll just put on my torch. Yes, you can. Yeah, no, I figured you could. It's just a matter of, like, do I need to come up to them? And don't answer it, but, like, you know, if this is me not asking the question of it, figuring out the mechanics, like, would I need to bring them food and then they become tame, or is it a thing that I need to kind of get them into an area until they get chill? I haven't seen the ability to feather up the spear. But the arrows require feathers. Unless apparently if you start as, I guess there's a hunter or whatever, that lets you make primitive arrows that just don't have feathers to them. So they're like lower accuracy arrows. But, you know, you can just start immediately trying to get that going. Which is cool that they have starting classes, and some of them have different recipes. Is kind of the big gimmick they have. Okay. So the downside is you're only good for like 1 day, so we are going to go ahead and cook you. Let's go over here real fast. Oh, we can take that out of our hand so it stops burning it. The firewood is over here. You get so overwhelmed by different classes, you're terrible at picking. Well, this one is kind of like all of them had a pro and a con, and then there's like, here's the neutral one. I'm like, yes. Yes, the neutral one that has literally nothing going for or against them. They're just kind of standard class. Come on, get the fire going. Alright, so you're gonna cook that for a little bit. I've got tons of berries. We're gonna need to grab our big old pile of flint. Because I need to make more arrows. And I still have yet to use any of these arrows. I was kind of going by the decisions like, let's keep using the spear until we're ready. Alright, so how long do you last? 5 days? Did I toss you in here? You're full 7 days. It's fine, we'll just eat it. Okay. That's the berries I got the least of. Grab the next berries. Keep yourself tiled up. You like the tailoring one? Yeah, where it was like you can make a sewing kit to repair your clothes or whatever. Yeah, that's kind of what it seemed like the big decision you're making more than anything was just the, what special crafting recipe you got. Like, there was more stats to it than that, but that felt like that was the the big benefit, whatever you want to go with. Is there something else I'd want to use these arrows for? Okay. So it's ink and quill and arrows is the only thing you use feathers for. That's good to know. That means I don't need to worry about it too much if I'm using a bunch of them. I apparently also have the giant pile of copper still. Because that could be a whole thing as to, yeah, that's sorted. Okay. Just a personal preference. They're interesting. That's the extent of cooking. No, there's more to cooking like that. There's that style of cooking where you just chuck the thing on there, make it hot. There's also a cooking pot that you can kind of combine different ingredients in there. So I could take like a handful of mushrooms, meat, or whatever, combine it together to make a meal. And then basically I'll usually get, pretty good benefit to the hunger I would normally get from that kind of thing. So there's definitely a lot of argument to be made for that. But, and they're also implying that there's, like, jams, jarring, brewing, like, pulverizing stuff into, like, seasonings and everything. It gets pretty in-depth, but I haven't gotten to the point of most of that, because a lot of that requires me to, be farther along and stuff. Alright. Chuck these in here for right now. Okay, so got the spare prospector's pick. I could certainly get another, I'd certainly get, I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by stuff. I'd certainly go ahead and get myself another pick ready before my current one breaks. And then just getting us more stuff there. Yeah, I need to get the pulverizer sorted out. Like, that's kind of where we're at, is just trying to get to the point of making an anvil. And that's just going to take more resources. Okay. We can go ahead and start melting that. And for right now, pick this up. I don't need to make another one of those at the moment. And like, as much as I'm tempted to start trying to make the armor, I do think the answer is to first get the anvil, because so much stuff is blocked by the anvil. But yeah, for like the cooking, that's what these cooking pots are here for. So I can add up to 4 ingredients. They just have to be equal in the amounts I put them in there. You cook it to make, soup. And then you have the bowls that you take the soup out of there using. Then I also have like the crock pots over here that I can do stuff with. I don't have what I need for the crock pots yet though. Okay, so you're molten. Oh, I see. I would need to empty that to... Yep, so... Getting ourselves our pickaxe ready. But ultimately, for the time being, could toss the rest of that in there, so we're ready for it. So you're getting pretty close to breaking that, so we'll go ahead and bring this with us. Yes, I've got... Alright. Yes, there's a 1 in 4 chance every time you use a flint arrow it breaks, and a 1 in 6 chance or whatever it is for a copper arrow to break. And then I assume, like, as you get better and better, the chances get lower and lower. They probably never hit 0, but they probably get down to like a 2 or a 5% chance. Alright, yeah, so that'll be another pickaxe. Because ours is just under half spent. Yeah, so I've got a lot of grain in here. That's all gonna be good for like a year or something like that. We've got some poisonous mushrooms we can always eat. I got tons of seeds. Hold on to that stick for the pickaxe when it's done. So you can go ahead and it's nighttime, so let's pop into sleep. At some point, the weak point is no longer the head, but the shaft of the arrow? Yeah. What was the lead you got used for? I have not used it yet at all, because we went to look into what we can do with the lead, and it was pretty limited. So, like, if we look at the lead, I can make lead chain, but it doesn't say it's used for anything here. I can make lead scales. Well, actually, those are the... Are those the armored scales? Oh, interesting. Okay, hang on. So the lead, lamella, or whatever. Yeah, these things. Yeah, so I can apparently make them out of lead. Alright, so with this... So it's interesting that I don't get the option... So it says, like... let's see what it going... Apparently we can probably make that there. Because that one's listing it as copper. But it requires a huge pelt. Does that have to be actually, like, cured? Yeah, so you'd need to process a huge pelt. That it can't be raw. So to cure it, I would need a lump of fat. And obtained from killing and harvesting bigger animals. Okay, that's not too bad. I missed that I could use fat for that. The oiled hide will cure over time, eventually becoming a pelt when finished curing. During this time, the oiled hide can be kept anywhere from the player's inventory to a container, or even thrown in the ground. You can hover the cursor over to see the tooltip. Okay, so with that, that means I've actually got stuff I could work on productive that I wasn't realizing. So, while we definitely want to... Okay, so I got multiple things I'm going to be working on. Like, on one hand, we could continue working on getting ourselves other goodies and whatnot. Where we're at now, I would definitely want to, we can start hunting big game. Well, not big game. Hunting animals, and then that fat can then be used for helping out our stuff. Okay, so there's 8 out of 9. Not really seeing loose berries here too much. Okay, so I have more berries than I could probably reasonably do. So that's 8 out of 9. Still left with that. I got a tree here to knock down. Oh, I need to put my blacksmithing tongs back in the wall. But yeah, all in all, like, we made solid progress today. I have, like, the whole range of the copper tools I need. We've got a really good pile of lead and copper spare. We found some form of awful creature that I don't know what is, that we promptly tucked our tail and ran. We also found an area that's supposed to be like super rich with copper that's done really well for us. What I'm hoping to get is it would be nice to get the anvil going, because I think the anvil's what's blocking a lot of our next stuff. We got ourselves a bow and arrow. I literally just said I need to drop off the blacksmith stuff. We've got the bow and arrow and a pretty good pile of arrows to use, so that we can potentially, hopefully, start curing a bunch of hides and whatever. All in all, it's really good progress. The building's coming along. Now, granted, not in a huge way, like, the roof is coming together little by little. Part of me wonders or expects that maybe it'd be easier to do, like, the shingles instead of the thatch, that while the shingles are very laborious, at least the materials are easier to source. Oh, come on. There's nothing down here I want. We've already explored this area. Okay. There's probably a shortcut key to move back between those. Alright. I was kind of hoping to be done with the spear here in a minute. Because it definitely feels like the spear is not as useful as it used to be. At this stage, I'm probably better off just going for the arrows. Now, granted, we had actually gone and got our hands on a copper spearhead by panning, and that actually lasted a pretty good long while. There's our cave entrance. Well, my thought was, this bear has been just looming here the whole time. The day you see a deer bow hunting is the day you stop leaving your house. What was that? Rudolph's Revenge or Bambi's Revenge or whatever. The game from like the late 90s. It was like one of those hunting simulator games. They just flipped it on its head where it was the deer hunting the hunters. Okay, our cave entrance. I will say there's no shortage of just random caves all over the place in this game. Now, that said, what is going to be happening here in a minute, chat, is we are going to be starting to wind down. It has been a very productive stream and all that stuff. We've had a really good time, but it is also getting to be about that time that we start wrapping up for the night and all that. So as a reminder, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, you should follow. It is how you find a way back here in the future. It is kind of how this whole streaming thing works. But with that said, we'll see about what bonus streams happen this week. Normally I take, officially, technically on my schedule, I take Thursdays and Fridays off. However, I'm also pretty bad about not actually taking them off. But we'll see, because part of me is going to be wanting to do extra streams this week or so, because for those who missed at the beginning of stream, from the 20th to the 2nd, there will be no streams. Because, cool, the door popped up. Because me and Tomb are going on like a little anniversary vacation. It'll be roughly 2 weeks and all that. So that's coming up. But with all that said, like that's going to be going on. Now, I'm thinking we're going to play more of this. I did put a poll, like when it came to playing this today as opposed to Rimworld. I know yesterday I said I was going to play Rimworld today, but I put up a poll on Discord. It was like, hey, today's stream, do you want to see me play Rimworld or do you want me to play Vintage Story? And it was just one of those things that like Vintage Story got like 3 times as many votes, which is why we ended up playing this today. But yeah, if I do a bonus stream, it'll probably be more of this because I'm really enjoying this. I want to kind of keep getting farther and farther. With that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe and all that stuff, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready for there. If you are over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who I